And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day here of the Fusion Esports League, the FEL Cracov 2025 qualifier number 1. This is the global qualifier for the big offline event happening in Krakow. I'm of course host Live VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all as we jump into our first series of the broadcast. And this morning, in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylands, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Kelazhur. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Polish Zerg. It is Trifax. Ooh, bienvenidos one and all. Again, we are here back-to-back when it comes to our coverage of the Fusion Esports League. Yesterday, we were live when it came to the Polish qualifier, but this is the global qualifier. And again, this is a qualifier for the big offline events happening over in Kraków or Krakow, depending on where you are in the world. But again, it is the qualifier. Now, there is a bit of a give and take here, as of course, this qualifier does not actually pay out flights, but it does allow you to, of course, compete in the event. And Kelazhur, for those who did not know, is actually in Europe. He's in Europa. He is in the Netherlands. He is not in Brazil. He only goes back to Brazil for some vacations every now and then to visit his family, but for the most part, he does reside in Europa. Let's go. So great to see him here. Great to see him once again. He was, of course, competing at Home Story Cup in Home Story Cup 27 a couple of weeks ago. But now we're here featuring him against Trifax. Trifax, of course, he did just qualify for the Polish event, for the Polish Championship. That was, of course, last night. But now this is the qualifier for the Kraków offline event. Or Krakow offline event. And so now, we are going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Trifax. Likewise, Racks expand out of Kelazhur, out of Diego. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Before I forget, of course, predictions by now they would have closed, but get your gamba going while you can, as I believe predictions will be closing by the time you hear this message. Gamba time. Of course, there is a delay on stream. Bear that in mind as well. There is a delay. Reaper does move out. And will delay the third. Nice pick up here by Kelazhur. Will delay, will contain his opponent. Trifax force to expand elsewhere. Sends out another drone. And we'll get his third. His third base is going to get up and running. There's a cancellation on the gas geyser. And the drone is going to go down. So nice pick up here from Kelazhur. He delays the third base. He kills the worker as well. He does force some inefficiencies out of Trifax. Doesn't quite get the tumor, thankfully. Tumor does survive. But Kelazhur is going to be zoned away. He's going to be zoned away here. Likewise, back at home, 3cc, third cc before starport. Economic opener here out of Diego. Does go for an economic start. From here, Kelazhur just poking in, pulling away. Just nibbling away here at the bases of Trifax. And that is going to be a tech lab first. So this looks like the beginning here of an add-on swap to go into Banshee play. We'll see if he keeps the keeps the starport on its own. But nah, there it is. There's the swap, and there are the Banshees. So Hellion Banshee here out of Kelazhur. A standard opener is what I will say. It does give you map control, does light harass. Ooh, the Reaper barely gets away, takes down the active tumor. Nicely done here from Kelazhur. See in the chat, Team Kela, vai Brasil. Fala galera, baby, fala galera. Much love to both players, of course, to both. But there we go, Cloak is on the way, so we are doubling down, we are investing into Cloak. We're still being active with the Hellions, and it's going to be on Trifax to minimize losses, to keep up with the Hellion harass, and to keep up with the Banshees as well. So this is going to be the next big test here for Trifax in this game. Traffic settling in. Kelazhur, he is one to embrace mech, bear that in mind, but there we go. We have a Rax on the way, is going into bio, thankfully, not mech. Link scout into the main base, we'll get eyes on the setup, does confirm everything. Very nice scout by Trifax. He does confirm the extra Raxes, he does confirm the researching Cloak as well, so he knows. Behind this, Lair is on the way, and we should be soon seeing those Spore Crawlers. Nice catch on the Hellion. Nice catch initially. Cloak is almost done. We should be seeing spores soon. The lack of spores is concerning. Are we waiting? No, sure, we're waiting for the lair. I remember checking his vision. He saw the research. He saw the tech dome of the starport. Now the spores are on the way. But is it too late? Banshee's making its way in. It looks like it did slip the mind of Trifax. Drone's going to be going down. He gets one. No spore in the main base, but Cloak just now finishing. Just now does finish up. Second Banshee moving out on the right-hand side. Or may meet up with the first. So far, Trifax is holding. Still no spore in the main, but the lair is about to finish, and we should soon have an Overseer. Ideally. Ooh. As Hellions, they collapse on top of the Queen. Queen goes down. Uh-oh. Gets one, gets a second. Yeah, second Queen as well. Banshees, ooh, they are deflected. Second Queen falls. And Banshees, they rotate over. They help defend. Overseer has arrived. Ooh. Banshee does make it out and takes out another Queen. That's going to be 3 Queen kills. Better trades here for Kelazhur. Let's pull away. Pulls away. Armory's on the way. That should be for 2-2. Is lined up. Now Kelazhur is claiming his third. Is saturating. Building up his bio army. Getting into 1-1. Getting to stim. So far, it has been a stronger start for Kelazhur. He's been freely expanding. There's been no harassment, no run-bys. And again, he was able to catch all those queens. And now we're getting ready for the 7-minute push. Basically, we're getting ready for the 1-1 timing. It should be with around 3 tanks. Quickly checking here, there's one. Okay, there's soon to be 2 tanks with the main army. 2 tanks, there we go. Third tank is on the way. The Mass Marine, 1-1 upgrades. And the goal should be to knock down the 4th. Now, thankfully for Trifax, he's double expanding. He's getting a 4th base and a 5th at the same time. One of them should be knocked down, but ideally one of them survives. And Trifax, he can maintain himself. As he's spreading creep. He's droning up to 70. He can drone up a little bit more here, but he will soon have to focus on Ling Bane as he's working towards his own 1-1 upgrades. Bathing speed is complete, and here comes Kelazhur. He's headed towards the 5th, and he should knock it down. But again, thankfully, this is not the 4th. The 4th base is already getting up and running. So it won't be the biggest loss here for Trifax. As, oh, the base does complete. Ling Bane does rotate. There is some creep to work with, but the base is getting very low. And instead, Trifax goes for the counterattack. The base does go down, as we mentioned. Like, there's no saving this expansion. There's just not enough creep. Lings, they run into reinforcements. Better trade for Kelazhur. Yeah, much better. Trifax was hoping that there was not enough at home. Was hoping that everything was across the map. Was hoping, and Kelazhur, he's pushing. Okay. He's not going to stop. Denying more creep. Trifax, meanwhile, morphing in more Banelings, trying to lure the army deeper onto creep. Just trying to be patient. Patient play here by Trifax, taking a 5th base. But the base is under fire. Drone's going to be going down, loses 1. 1 drone goes down. Likewise, collapsing in the army, and he should have enough. Oh, does leave the Banelings behind. It's going to be close. Does barely get one of the tanks. And he will hold. Yeah, he will hold on. At the same time, here comes the next wave, the next rotation for Kelazhur. He's done with the first wave, and now coming in with the second. And he's going straight for the 4th. He is deep on creep. Oh my god. It's a little Ling Bane. Only 1 tank. And Trifax, he should hold. Yeah, he's going to shut this down. Cleans up all the Marines, cleans up the tank as well. Again, just too ambitious there for Kelazhur, diving so far on creep here. He was so exposed. So Kelazhur got too excited, got too ambitious, and Trifax now in a much better position. Now he takes the fight, he maintains his 4th base, gets his 5th base up and running. Now he can drone up to 80, and now he can max out on Ling Bane Hydra. And Kelazhur is in a rough position at this point.
Your forces are under attack.
He is in a rough position. Kelazhur is stuck at home, and now it's time to turtle. It's time to turtle on up. He's working towards drilling claws. Yep, throwing down sensor towers, soon to be bunkers as well. Planetaries. Kelazhur, he has lost map control. I say that once again, though, he's looking to break out. As he pushes on the right, we do have a run by getting ready towards the top side. Now, once again, ideally, Trifax wants to be patient. He doesn't want to engage up a ramp. He wants to wait for the army to come to him. The run by does go on top of some of the tanks. Bailings, they roll in. And does he get the second tank? He barely does. Whew. Barely takes down the tank. That's going to be 2 tanks going down. Boys are pulled in time to repair. Just barely. Saves the depots. Does save the depots. Kelazhur rotates over. Again towards the 5th base. You can see Trifax getting ready for another run by. But Kelazhur, he's ready for it. At least somewhat. And there's not enough aliens back at home. Kelazhur is moving in. He even scans, he's making sure he's not going to get surrounded. And there is no surround, there's a counterattack instead. Which means Kelazhur, he will get the expansion. He's going for the 5th. Lane main doesn't quite connect. Oh. Takes down the hatchery, takes down some of the hydras. Expandings do crash in. Trifax's creep spread has been decent. He's halfway across the map, that is true, but he doesn't have too many active tumors left. As he tries to surround, decent Bailey connections. More Baileys rolling in. Let's do roll in. Clearing up all the tumors. Clear up. Yes, Kelazhur, he's maxing out. We saw that Trifax, I was praising him for being able to gain map control and to max out, but this tech is delayed. It's a later Lurker Den. I mean, the Hive is already done. Lurker Den should be done in time with it. So late Lurker is out of Trifax. That is dangerous. You see Kelazhur moving in, once again, getting another expansion. Took down bottom right and top side as well. So 2 bases are going to be going down. You can see Trifax trying to engage. He just doesn't really have many Bailings though. And without Bailings, the Marines, they can just stim and win. They can just stand and fight. They will take the fight. They will take down the expansion. At the same time, Trifax going for his own counterattack. Bailings, oh, they do crash into the mineral line. 16 SCVs. And the planetary. It was an expensive trade though. And yes, even though he does kill a base, he'll lose everything here. And Kelazhur is not stopping. He's not stopping. He's not slowing down. Trifax, he plummets in supply, and he never got to Lurker tech. And without Lurkers, he cannot stop this. He cannot stop this army, or at least without a good surround. And Kelazhur, he'll just snowball out of control. He will push through. Again, there's no Viper tech, no Lurkers, no Ultras, just Ling Bane Hydra. Kelazhur should say without scale. GG gets called, and Diego, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We did have a back and forth here. Trifax, he had some good moments. He had some good moments here in this game when it came to some of the engagements, especially early on when it came to him double expanding, holding on to his 4th base, if you recall. Took a really good fight on creep, but again, the creep was a little bit shaky, as we were trying to point out. Like, there weren't too many active tumors. It was a little bit messy when it came to the creep spread. On top of that, some of the run bys just were not worth it. He was throwing away so much Ling Bane for a tank or 2, for a couple of Marines, for a couple of SCVs. We saw eventually go to planetary, but it just wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it compared to what he was losing back at home. And he lost a little bit too much momentum with that. GG well played. Also, his tech was a little bit shaky. We spoke about how, again, even though he had a Hive, even though he had 3-3 on the way, he only just started his Lurker Den. Ideally, you do want the Lurker Den finishing as the Hive finishes, so bam, you can go straight into Lurker upgrades if you want to try to slow the game down, if you want to try to make a stand against those aggressive pushes from Kelazhur. Without that kind of tech, it's difficult to hold on. It's difficult, and with that, we do have Kelazhur taking a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can claim it here and now. Let's go. Let us go. Game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Now, I will say that on Tokamak, I do favor Trifax. I do feel like he will have a better defensive position. He's going to have a higher chance of maintaining and actually keeping his bases up and running. But we'll see. We'll see how our players will approach this. I mentioned earlier that Kelazhur, he's known to play mech, but he didn't play mech in Game 1. But this map is a much better map for mech. Oh boy. So, a little bit concerned. A little bit. We'll see if he does embrace the mech. Meanwhile, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We'll be going over the bracket after this series. There's a lot to get into, a lot to go over. There's just a lot of matches. A lot of series all occurring. We will get there. Here we go. So we're getting into our next game. Okay, again, we're going to be leading into Tokamak. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0. It is Kelazhur. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. Down in the series, we'll see if we bounce back. It is Trifax. Here we go. And again, there was just so much pressure applied to Trifax in that last game. So much pressure. And eventually it was broken. At certain points, he felt like he could not engage with the main army. Went for run-bys instead, went for counterattacks. Ooh, as hopefully everything's okay. We did have some latency issues in yesterday's qualifier. And Trifax, his connection was a little bit shaky at times. But hopefully he stays with us. Trifax back. Aye. If he does time out, then we're more than happy to. Oh. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're back. We are back. Since Bappy, yes, Bappy's also competing today. Yes. I was very tempted to dive into our Bappy series. Very tempted. Este Papi. For now, it looks like Hatchgas Pool, standard opener here out of Trifax. Likewise, Kelazhur going for his own Rax Expand. So far, so good. As we see, Kelazhur going for his own standard economic opener as well. Again, everything's looking as it should. Welcome to Tokamak, of course. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance my ground, and much more defendable 3rd and 4th base locations as well. The reason why I say this is because, unlike on other maps, I mean, you should be aware, we do bring it up whenever we can, this area here in between the bases is typically open on the other maps. Here it's closed off. It's closed off by these rocks. Also, because of that, there's only 2 angles of attack, so because of that, it is easier as the defending player to leave an army in position to keep up with rotations and to defend your 3rd and 4th expansions. The 5th base is a little bit more isolated. It's a little bit more out in the open and more accessible, but only a little bit more. And again, we often do see a lot of later games here on Tokamak just because of how secure you can be on 4 bases. Goes both ways. Does go both ways as the Reaver does get 1 drone kill. Aye. Yeah, that should not have happened. Gets 1 drone already, shouldn't get another. And we'll back off. Behind this, Marine does zone away the Overlord, making it that much more difficult to scout. I mentioned earlier that Kelazhur, he has been known to play mech, and this would be a better map for mech as well. So if we see mech, I can see it working here. We'll keep an eye out for another factory. For now, Reactor into Adolsop into Hellion. No major sign yet. This should be the starport. Yeah, there it is. Starport's on the way. So far, a 1-1-1. But the Rax, yep, does float. Okay. Now, this doesn't 100% confirmed that it's going to be mech. But what this does mean though is that this time there's no tech lab on the racks and there's no add-on swap into faster banshee play. As the racks is in the air, cannot make an add-on. As the racks is floating back. The racks does float all the way back home. Trifax back at home is also just droning, pulls out of gas. Rax will soon land, starboard is already complete, and we're opening a fusion core. Now again, typically if you go for a BC opener, like we're going for here, you don't want to go for an add-on swap because there's no need to, just because, again, you have to wait for the fusion core to finish before we can even make a BC. So Viking first, this will deny vision, this will deny scouting, into a tech lab, into battle cruiser. Meanwhile, BC openers, they are very, very often accompanied by mech. So we're expecting a second factory. Oh boy. As Kelazhur is being active. Pokes in, gets a drone, gets one, gets two, gets three. 3 drones going down. Kelazhur, he does rotate. Behind this, tech lab is done. We should be seeing an add-on swap. Where is the BC? Kelazhur, he has the money for it. He has the money, but there we go. So a delayed swap here from Kelazhur. A little bit inefficient as he was banking up a lot of resources. There we go. The first battle cruiser's on the way. Taking extra gases. Viking hunting down more overlords. Again, denying vision, denying scouting. Now, I don't know how familiar Trifax is with Kelazhur. I'm sure they played on the ladder before. And again, if we can call Kelazhur playing mech at the start of the game, I'm sure Trifax has that in the back of his mind as well. At least I would hope so. Again, like, it depends on how active they are on the ladder with each other. As there it is, extra factories. It is going to be mech out of Diego. Again, we casted a lot of Diego's mech during the EWC Americas qualifiers when he played against El Chamaco, and he played against Scarlet as well. So he already experienced a lot of his mech. Meanwhile, getting one, getting 2 queens. Sorry, one. One queen goes down, takes down the active tumor as well. Very nice pickup. This Kelazhur's going to be forced back. But again, shaving off a lot of units. Here comes the teleport here, straight into the main. Spores out of position. And so the queens. Yeah, queens out of position as well. Drones are going down. Getting 3, 4, 5 drone kills. Aye, aye, aye. Make 6, 7. 7 drones going down. DC rolls away. Forces around the spire. Rotorn as well. Now that Trifax now he knows. It's like, I see. Getting into mech. No spore here. Oh, there's no spore in location. 9 more drone kills. Getting up to 10. 10 drone kills. And the BC should never die. The BC, there's no threat to it. There's no threat here. Queens are waddling back and forth. BC does take a lot of damage, but should be able to float away. Getting an 11th drone. Does float. Takes down an overlord. Blue Flame, macro accelerators, pricing battle mech, of course. And we'll teleport away. Growth of production has begun. Meanwhile, battle mech is well underway here for Kelazhur. And moving out, clearing up a bunch of creep. Trifax trying to open up on his side of the map, at least. Trying to open it up. Since I'm sure Papi's got this one in the bag. Oh, we'll get to him. I'm sure we'll get to him at some point in the broadcast. He's on the other side of the bracket. We'll get there. We'll get there. But now this is the second BC. Does have the teleport available. No Yamato. Only one Cyclone though. Just the one. Lock-ons are broken. Kelazhur just bringing forward his army. Jesus. He's got a lot to work with. He's up to 8 Cyclones, 24 Blue Flame Hellions as well. And he does force his way forward. Corruptors, they go for the dive. And they're going for the BCs, and they should force one teleport. And what about the other? Should force it as well. Try to teleport away. Cyclones, they punish. They pick up a couple of Corruptors. Corruptors are going down. And there's just not much of a Roach army left. Not anymore. There's just a handful of Roaches. Yeah, lock-ons are brutal. Oh god. They shut down the Roaches so hard. More reinforcements have arrived as well, and Kelazhur, he's done it. Kelazhur, at this point, he's breaking the defensive line. There's not many Roaches left over. Again, the soup does lie here. Remember, Roaches, they inflate supply, so the army's actually worse than it looks. As Roaches are trying to catch reinforcements, okay. They get a Cyclone. They get a Cyclone. Mineral Line is getting roasted. And the Roaches are trying to lock down the army. A lot of Cyclones are going down. Trifax, he holds. Whew, okay, so nice movement. He does hold on. I spoke too soon. Never mind. Oh yeah, he has enough Roaches. He has enough Roach reinforcements. He's holding on. He's shutting this down. Do we have a teleport? We do. Teleport is available. This BC should teleport as well. And behind this, Kelazhur, he has better economy. He's on 75 workers. He's on 4 bases. He's still building up a more efficient army. Meanwhile, Trifax, he lost a lot of workers in the defense. He lost a lot of drones here. He lost 33 drones in total. That is brutal economic damage. And Trifax sees treading water at this point. At this point, he has to do some kind of counter damage. Either getting into the third base, getting into the natural, getting into the main, getting some economic damage in some way, shape, or form, or able to catch the main army with a nice fungal. Whether it's with a fungal or whether you surround with Zerglings, if you look down the army, there are ways for Trifax to take a better bite, even with a smaller army, but he has to do something here. Something has to go his way. Otherwise, Kelazhur will just run away with this. And he's running back. He's running. Ah. This Kelazhur rotates. Ooh, he does almost find a mineral line. Thankfully, Trifax does respond in time. Ooh, the entire army's moving out. So that means there's not much time to defend. Here comes that railing run by. My set. Oh god, the lock-ons are brutal. And that's the first line of Roaches falling. Bailings, they cannot connect. And again, the army that Trifax is working with isn't bad against mech, but he needs to overwhelm the army. He needs to surround, come in from behind, lock it down, or catch the army with fungal growths, and that's just not happening. Yeah, there's no Corruptors left. The base is going to fall. He's going to take down the mineral line. There's no escaping. Oh no! There is no escaping. It's going to be another 18 drones going down. Miles, they do graze the army, but alas, Trifax now he plummets in supply. We spoke earlier that he was treading water. He had to do something to recover, but GG gets called. Kelazhur, he was just so assertive, so aggressive, and Diego will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. He will claim the series. Again, a strong showing here from Kelazhur. I will say that game 1 was more close, was more back and forth, but here in game 2, Kelazhur, he was very much in control of the game. He was in control of the game. He was able to just leverage that momentum that he had. He was able to get on top of his opponents. Remember, it was an unscouted BC opener, so the BC is able to get a lot of damage done early on. He's able to gain map control and just tear Trifax apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, so that leads us here into the rest of the bracket. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and there is a lot to get into. Let's go. From the top here, we have Kelazhur. Kelazhur takes down Trifax, or I guess from the bottom. As a reminder, double elimination. It's a double elimination bracket here. Kelazhur takes on Trifax 2-0, waiting for the winner of Cristiano and Jumy. Jaime. Arturo Duran Silencio, oh my god. Waiting for the winner of Jaime and Cristiano. We have Art versus Fiant, currently facing off in a PvZ. Honestly, really good PvZ there between Art and Fiant. We have MaNa versus Kemachi. Not too familiar with that player, but best of luck. Scrolling, we have Jumy. Jumy is up against Hydra. Actually takes down Hydra 2-1, went to the ace match. SOS took down Ledlix 2-1, also into the ace match as well. Now we have a PvP between Jumy and SOS. That series is underway. Meanwhile, we have Mixu versus Papi. That's going to be another banger. Honestly, I was so torn to cover either Trifax versus Kelazhur or Mixu versus Papi. One of the reasons why I dove on my series, though, is that, again, it does seem like the portion of the bracket is progressing a little bit faster here. Pi is still up against Kosit. They're currently mid-series. Winner goes up against SKillous. Winner goes up against Mixu. Ooh, as Mixu takes down Papi 2-1. Big win. Went all the way to the ace match, all the way to game 3. But Mixu does claim the win, and Papi is knocked down to the lower bracket. And again, as a reminder, this is double elimination, so these players that have a second life, a second chance to redeem themselves, to recover, and to bounce back from that lower bracket. So they do have that opportunity here. Otherwise, we do have some downtime as we are waiting for Cristiano's match to wrap up. We are waiting for it to wrap up. So we are, and apparently it's being covered by, I'll have to double check here, but it's being covered by Kanoya. I believe Kanoya is covering that series. So we are going to have a little bit of downtime here because I do want to follow this series into Kelazhur. That is the plan. Is the plan. It's my hope, at least. My hope. Did I type in the wrong? I just realized. I think the title of the stream was Kelazhur versus Papi, not Kelazhur versus Trifax. God damn it. that's my bad. That's my bad. Kelazhur versus TBD. And then we have Cristiano. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. Again, we're going to be waiting for Cristiano versus Jaime to wrap up. Then we're going to follow that into Kelazhur. That is the plan. And again, we have some other matches that are ongoing and some really good matches as well. But we're going to be focusing our attention down here on the lower portion of the bracket. Again, Kanoya is covering some matches. I know that Indy's covering some matches as well. We'll get there. We will get there. For the time being, though, we're going to be going on that break. And we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025 Global Qualifier number 1. I'm of course just IVIP. We're now jumping into our second series. We just wrapped up with Kelazhur versus Trifax, and we're here to determine who will face off against Kelazhur in the next round. Will it be one Protoss or the other? As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. It is Jaime. Or Jamie, Papi Jamie. Let's go. Let's go. A player that I'm not very familiar with, so if maybe anyone has any insight, I would love to be made aware. For the time being, though, we are jumping into our PvP. We missed out on game 1, as these two were mid-series while we were wrapping up at Kelazhur versus Trifax, but now we're able to jump into game numero dos. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Again, we're jumping in mid-series, and I feel like our top right-hand blue player is more of an amateur player, but regardless, you know, there's always a chance, always a possibility, and if you're into it, it's Gamma time. Best of luck. Best of luck. Best of luck. So now we do have a 2-gate opener here out of Jaime. Meanwhile, we do have a 2-gate opener out of Cristiano as well. I might just call him Kot. The problem is that there's another player called Kot, so I feel weird saying Kot. As a Zerg player from Hong Kong called KOHT. Maybe I can just call him Jamie. Or Jaime. For now, no proxy pylons here. Second pylon on the main base for our blue player. Likewise from Cristiano, second pylon as well. So no proxies, no shenanigans, not yet. Not yet between our players. As the probe does dip in and does dip out. Again, just trying to confirm what's going on. It is going to be 2-gate opener into double Stalker out of our blue Protoss. Meanwhile, we do have Stalker Sentry out of Cristiano, so a standard opener out of Cristiano. Double Stalker can lead into a 3rd and 4th Stalker, into a hyper aggression, into just a move out across the map. And there it is, yeah, 3rd and 4th Stalker on the way, so we're just rallying everything we can. A hyper aggression out of Jaime. Let's go. Yeah, Jamie is moving out, going for a 1-base all-in. He does fake expanding, the probe pulls back, and we are actually going for the robo. So 1-base all-in here out of our blue Protoss from the side of Cristiano, currently in the dark, but that is what the sentry is for. That is what the hallucination is going to be for, to confirm whether or not there is an expansion. We should be seeing it soon. For now, ooh, Cristiano, he actually canceled the Stalker. If you remember, he had a Stalker Sentry opener, he canceled the Stalker, went for a fast Nexus. Very greedy build here by Cristiano, and he may just be punished for it. Shield battery is done, he will defend, but again, he is lacking scouting right now. There it is, hallucination has to zoom across the map as quickly as possible, as gateways are on the way, reinforcements are arriving, and it's going to be a tough hold for Cristiano. And zoning away with purely sentries, the shield battery is under fire. Taking a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Nice force field, gets one. Gets one Stalker, but this shield battery is not long for this world. Hallucination does confirm no expansion, confirms the robot, confirms the gateways, confirms the 1-base all in. Whew, now he knows. And we need another shield battery. We need another shield battery, we need warpins, we need everything we can. Again, Cristiano, he skipped the Stalker to get a faster base. He is not in a good position here. Can he survive? Now, what I will say is that thankfully there's no proxy, right? All the gateways are back at home, so the reinforcements are delayed at least until the Prism arrives. And here comes that War Prism, here come the reinforcements. Until then, Cristiano trying to hold on. Again, Jamie now has arrived, taking open 4 Stalkers at a time. He's got a 4-gate setup. Now moving in. Cristiano, setting up as well. Does force field, does try to lock down the army. Catching out a couple of Stalkers. So far, Cristiano, holding his own. Shield's putting in a lot of work. Does take a lot of extra hits. Takes a lot of extra hits though. But again, he's buying time for his own Immortal production. The Immortal has arrived. So far, he's holding. So far, so good. Cristiano's on patrol in the main. Warping in more Stalkers. Second Immortal's almost out. Remember, the longer this goes on, the more models there are. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Cristiano. He does have the better economy. He's got a base, he's got mining. Stalkers they dive with the Immortal. They can 4 shots. It's not going to be enough. Yeah, 4 shields, they lock him down. GG gets called, the all-in fails, and Cristiano, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to face off against Kelazhur. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations. Cristiano, he will claim the series. A very impressive performance here, was able to, despite the greedy build, despite the greedy start, he was able to confirm what was going on, able to get eyes on the all-in, eventually was able to survive, defend long enough to build up his immortals to defend against that all-in. GG. GG, well played. Again, just really important, that Cristiano, he was able to get eyes on the all-in, able to scout and confirm what was happening, to be able to react and respond with his own 3rd gateway and his own robo. Remember, he had a 3-gate setup defensively and a robo as well for that immortal production, so he was able to barely hold on in time and survive. And with that, Cristiano, he will advance on, and let's see if we have any updates on the bracket. Let's figure out what's going on. We know where we're headed, but where's everyone else headed? Let's find out. Let us find out. Here we go. Okay, oh my god, we have some updates. We already covered Mixu's match, but SOS is up against Jumy. That was currently already on the way. MaNa takes down his opponent and is up against Art in a PvP. There's a lot of PvPs going on currently. Likewise, SKillous up against Pi. Pi takes down Cosset. Impressive, very impressive performance there by Pi. Up against SKillous, winner goes up against Mixu, winner goes up against the winner of SOS and Jumy. As we are working our way through the bracket, now we're in the upper quarterfinals. Let's go. We are in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Now, the way this format works here, it is double elimination, so we'll get to that point eventually. But one player will advance on from the upper bracket to the other player from the lower bracket. So 2 players in total, 1 from the upper, 1 from the lower. Oh boy. Here we go. And qualifying match is going to be best of 5s, just like last night. Just like last night. But Vitas are underway, and once they wrap up, we'll be jumping into our next series. Just trying to confirm that it is top 2. Yeah, top 2. Top 2 do qualify. Beautiful. So for now, we are going to be getting ready here. We're going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have Kelazhur and Cristiano facing off in that best of 3. We'll see you soon after the break. And again, we're going to be following Cristiano versus Kelazhur into MaNa and Art, or into the winner of MaNa versus Art, into that upper bracket semis, and then ideally following that into the upper bracket finals as well, into that qualifying match. But the upper bracket is a little bit slower, so we might be able to jump into some of those matches as well, depending on how slow things progress. For now though, short break, see you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fusion Esports League Kraków 2025 qualifier. We just wrapped up with Cristiano's match and with Kelazhur's previous match, and now they face off against each other to advance on to the upper bracket semifinals. Who's it going to be? As spawning in the right-hand corner of Leylines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Kelazhur. It is Cristiano. The other one. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Kelazhur. Diego. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. Again, the heavy hitters, they're now starting to face off against each other. Previously, we had some more clearer favorites, but now this is going to get a little bit closer. I'll be honest, I do lean towards Cristiano. Cristiano has been looking very impressive over the past year of play. And Kelazhur, he's been taking some time off. He's been playing less StarCraft, has been competing less. Despite that, still in form, still looking quite good. But again, did take some time away from the game, and in that time, we saw Cristiano, of course, rise. But we'll see. We'll see if Kelazhur can make some magic happen. We'll see if he can cause an upset. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. I hope he can. Personally, I do hope he can. And so now we have our openers. It is going to be an economic opener out of Kelazhur, going for a single gas geyser, so going for a Rax expand. And again, Kelazhur, he's been so inactive over the past year of play, but Home Story Cup and EWC qualifiers brought him back, right? He was, we of course covered Kelazhur during the EWC Americas qualifier, and it was great to see him back against some of the Latin American and Americas players. And of course, he did travel to Home Story Cup as well, where he had an okay performance. You know, he was able to compete, able to take part, able to get some coaching from Ubu Thermal as well, and get that Mark Schlappy coaching, if you will. And yeah, Kelazhur, he's been looking decent as of late. How does he compare to Cristiano? This is a big challenge for him. Big challenge. I would even say that Cristiano's maybe number 2 seed of the tournament. Of course, SKillous being number 1 and Cristiano being number 2. But we'll see. We'll see if those words have any merit to them. So now, Kelazhur does open up with a proxy starport. Okay. So again, economic opener into a more delayed factory, into an add-on slot. We have reactor to Hellion into Hellion drop. Now this could be one of two things. Either a Hellion drop into the bases, or it is going to be a Hellion harass towards the natural and a Liberator harass into the main. So it's either going to be medevac for drop play or Liberator for a kind of a multi-pronged aggression. What's it going to be? Kelazhur is moving out. There we go. Kelazhur does pick out across the map. Meanwhile, ooh, Cristiano, he scouts, he checks, he confirms. He does get eyes on the proxy starport. He's now aware of the potential for drop play. It is going to be the medevac indeed, so it is going to be the Hellion drop in towards the main, but alas, the probe sees everything. And Kelazhur, can he find a way in? Meanwhile, we can see Cristiano set up in the main. Kelazhur does boost forward. Blink is halfway done. And Cristiano, he's keeping up. Here comes the boost. Intercept mineral line. Hellions do unload. Probe's going to be going down. Some of them do line up. Oh, they do try to lock this down. 2 probe kills so far. Nothing major. Only 2. Only 2 workers. Widow mines are going to be waddling in. So far, Cristiano is holding. He's holding, he's defending. Widow mines are revealed. Oh! Ooh, Cristiano does face check, and he'll take another mine shot to the face. Nice pick up here from Kelazhur. Saves the widow mine. Blink is not yet done. And oh my god. Crazy moves out of Kelazhur. He barely gets away. Whew. Just barely. Oh no, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Ay, ay, ay. As medevac does fall, and Cristiano, he shuts it down. Shuts down the drop, shuts down the widow mines. Behind this, third base is being taken. It was 3K blink, I believe. 2. Ooh. 2-gate blink into a robo into a third expansion. So a little bit more greedy play here from Cristiano. Meanwhile, Kelazhur back at home is turtling up. He's setting up here. We got tanks amassing. We have a little bit messy SimCity, but SimCity nonetheless. Yeah, Stim is on the way, getting into Bio. He's settling into just 2 tanks, 1 for each base. So a very light tank count. And embracing Bio. There's Cristiano looking for a way in. Gets a free depot. At the same time, Heli Ramba is on the way. Cristiano not quite set up. We'll see how quickly he reacts. As Helinze busts into the main or into the natural. Busts into the mineral line. Getting 4 or 5 probe kills. Insane damage, much more than previously. Yeah, who needs the medevac drop when he can just walk in? 12 probe kills. Looking Cristiano, he was that much less prepared. Now he recalls after the damage has been done. And Diego looking good, looking solid. With that damage being dealt, I would say that Kelazhur, he does have an economic lead. He's up in workers. Upgrades are about to finish. Here comes a brutal timing. Again, this is going to be hitting with Stim +1 and with combat shields. It's going to hit quite hard. Does catch the Observer. Yo, do we pull the boys? Do we? Oh, we do. Let's go. Again, it's after you kill the Observer, then you pull the boys to make sure it goes unscouted. Cristiano's trying to slow this down. Does try to. And just nibbling away here at the Marines. Gets 1, gets 2. Up to 3 Marine kills. Not bad. Oh, almost getting a Widowmine. Gets a Marauder. Ah, this is getting out of hand. Yeah, Widowmines are going down. He gets 2 Widowmines. Gets a Marauder. Gets almost another. He wants it. Colossus has arrived. Again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Cristiano. The tank does siege only 1 though. It's gonna be cleaned up. Yeah, he's gonna shut down the tanks. And Cristiano, he shuts down the army. Ooh, the Colossus takes a lot of damage. Oh my god, the Colossus goes down. Yeah, miscontrol there by Cristiano. Did ever extend. Still very tense, very close. Again, that was a big loss for the Protoss. But he's still on 3 bases, right? He still has an economy. Kelazhur, he did pull the boys with this, but only a couple of boys are pulled. 3rd CC is almost done. We're building up into a longer game. Kelazhur, he's backing off, he's calming down. Cristiano, likewise, should be taking a 4th. He should be expanding. So far, there it is. 4th base is on the way. A little bit delayed here for Cristiano, but at least he does have it in production. Ooh, as Kelazhur does go for a triple drop. As he drops, oh, Cristiano looking for a way in. He could have kept pushing here. He just is unaware that the army's not in position. He does miss the drop. Now he spots it. He does spot it. We see the entire army respond. Does hit the 3rd. Oh, and we'll force a cancel. Does force a cancel. Massive pickoff here for Kelazhur. Kelazhur is popping up. A big delay here on the 4th. Big delay. As Kelazhur getting ready for another counterattack to hit and knock down the expansion. Checking his vision. I mean, at this point, he should be aware of the location of the 4th. Okay, scanning. Does see the probe. He knows. And again, Kelazhur, he wants the 4th base. He's already successfully denied it once before. Can he do it again? Kelazhur, he has momentum. He's in a better position. Drop moves in. Spotted by the Observer. Going for the tech. He wants a Colossus. He wants it. Oh, won't quite get it. That's a lot of charge lots. And Cristiano, he will take this fight. And Widowmines will connect. But Cristiano, he shuts down Kelazhur towards the north and south side as well. And Kelazhur bleeding out far too much here. He plummets in supply. He lost 2 full medevacs. Uh-oh. And Cristiano, he's done it. This one he's snowballing out of control. Now is the time to attack. There's not really much here to defend. I mean, there's mainly medevacs. There's some fire, that's true. The Colossus is getting caught out. Okay. Nice movement. Gets one. Gets one Colossus, but just the one. 2 is still more than enough here for Cristiano. And Kelazhur, he has nothing. He has nothing here. Again, it happened off screen, but Kelazhur, he lost 2 full medevacs here, and GG gets called. Cristiano takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano does take lead in the series again. Kelazhur, he did lose far too much, all too quickly. He lost drops towards the top side, and he also ran into the Colossus towards the south side as well. He overextended running into the Zealots, and he lost so much supply in in the blink of an eye, essentially. 2 fights happened at once. In a matter of seconds, he plummeted. He lost like 40 supply, and then bam, led into the counterattack, led into the win. So Cristiano did punish. Honestly, Kelazhur was playing really well. I was really impressed by Kelazhur denying the 4th base and containing his opponent, delaying the economy, sniping the first Colossus. Like, those were really good moments there for Kelazhur, but just too much happened too quickly in opposition to Kelazhur. Just everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. And some brutal losses there, but now we're getting into our next game, getting into game number 2. And we'll see. We'll see if Kelazhur can bounce back and bring us to the ace match, or Cristiano can claim it from here. So getting into game 2, getting into tokamak. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss leading the series 1-0. Representing Offside Esports, it is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Kelazhur. Is Diego. Let's go. So we're getting into game 2, and it was a pretty intense game number 1 as well. Very tense, very clutch. Again, as Kelazhur just lost too much supply too quickly, it did trigger the counterattack. But now we're calming down, and personally I'm hoping for the ace match. Regardless of how this goes, I want to see game 3. But again, Cristiano, as you mentioned, is coming in as the heavy favorite. As you mentioned, I would even argue that Cristiano is the number 2 seed of the tournament. Arguably, I know that MaNa has also been looking very in form as of late. And they're both up there. So now we're building up. Once again, economic opener out of Kelazhur, going for a faster CC. And again, Kelazhur, he even got 12 probe kills across the map with this Hellion run by. Like, there was a lot going Kelazhur's way initially, but he was unable to maintain that lead. He got too excited, baby. Yeah, he got too excited. And we'll see if he can calm down. See if he can calm down. But now we're settling in. Again, welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, longer rush distance by ground, and also more defendable bases. So we often see longer games on Tokamak. We spoke about this in the previous series between Thrifax and Kelazhur. So we'll see how our players will approach this. I mean, I can see Cristiano going for once again an economic opener this time. Last game it was 2 gates into a robo into a third. Meanwhile, Kelazhur going for the third CC before Starport. Very greedy build here out of Diego. Ay, ay, ay. But again, this kind of greedy stuff, these greedy builds are viable here on Tokamak. So we're expecting Cristiano to cut corners and to cut gateways. We're also expecting here Kelazhur, I mean, we see it here and now, going for an insanely fast CC. So it's all about that greed. I say that, Kelazhur is being greedy, Cristiano playing safe. He's already got 1 gate in the main, he's going for 2 more gates on the low ground, he may even go for a robo as well. The probe is in position for even further structures, so very safe. Yep, there it is, robo as well. All of this before the 3rd expansion. So very safe play out of Cristiano, much more economic for Kelazhur. So when it comes to the openers here, I do favor Kelazhur. Kelazhur does have the slight edge, as it looks like he will get away with this more greedy build. Yep, going for now a 2nd and 3rd racks. Delay on the starport, heavy delay on the starport even. And delay on drop play as a result. So we're gearing up towards the mid game with the setup. Hellions, they poke out. They get eyes on the 3rd base timing. Should be feeling pretty good. As there is a full wall here at the natural. Go. So we are going to be poking in. Likewise, again, just trying to gain map control, trying to get away with said greed. We'll see when he does decide to take his 3rd. See in chats, why is everyone casting Kelazhur? Yeah, the other casters also joined us as well. I mean, again, Kelazhur, he's a fan favorite, and on top of that, if you maybe don't watch a lot of StarCraft, you might not be familiar, but Kelazhur, he did come back to compete in the EWC America's Qualifiers. He also traveled to Home Story Cup to compete in that as well. Like we spoke about how in recent times he has returned, even though he has been on a big hiatus. As we emphasized at the start of the series, Cristiano, he is favored for sure in this matchup, but despite that, Kelazhur, he was able to hold his own in game 1. He was able to hold his own. He was able to even have a lead in game 1 as well. So I do want to say that the skill disparity between the 2 players is still quite close. And I want to believe that we can make a series out of this, for sure. For sure. As Hellions, they do bust into the mineral line. Kelazhur, he does break out. As this could be 6 probes going down. Nice damage here with the Hellions. Very nice. And the 3rd is getting up. Now, as Kelazhur is getting his 3rd base, we see Cristiano trying to catch up, throwing down his own 4th. But again, the economy here is a little bit more delayed here for Cristiano. Later 3rd base, later 4th base. Cristiano going for a standard follow-up, going into a gateway explosion. I say standard follow-up, I'm assuming that we're working towards charge. For now, charge has not begun. Oh, my apologies, going for the faster bay, working towards Colossus first. Again, taking him into Colossus, not into Storm. Again, the meta of PvT has been shifting quite a lot as of late. I want to say like 2 weeks ago, Storm was all the craze, rushing into Storm, I should say. Then it got played out. Then we saw more Ghost-heavy styles. We saw less Storms as a result. So PvT has definitely been in flux as a matchup. As the Prism does head into the main. At the same time, Stalkers on the right-hand side. Yeah, these are slow. I was curious earlier. I think if you recall, we were looking for charge. We saw that it wasn't being researched. I think that was a mistake. Yeah, I think charge should have been done by now, so that was a bit of an oversight here from Cristiano. As he's warping in a lot of zealots, and charge should have been done by now. As a result, this is getting less done than it otherwise should. Kelazhur is building up. Oh, nice setup. Very nice. Takes down the Prism. Here comes the move outs. Again, Kelazhur, the reason why the supply disparity is so large here is because of the faster third. Remember, he didn't get punished. He did not get punished for the fast third base, so a really greedy start out of Kelazhur snowballs into this supply lead in the mid game. And now it's go time. Now it is go time. And we'll see if he can break through. Cristiano's trying to keep up, tanks through siege. Not many Zealots here. Yeah, not many charge outs. Zealots are going to be going down. Now he's going for the Colossus. Yeah, tank boy's going up. Nice target firing. Zealots are coming from behind, and with that Cristiano, it looks like he should hold on. Yeah, nice flanking Zealots. He does hold, he does deflect, and that was it. That was the main army that Kelazhur was building up towards. He lost everything. Like, that was meant to end the game. That was meant to break Cristiano. But it was caught out in the open. He got surrounded by the Zealots, and Cristiano now he has momentum instead. Oh, he does have that lead, and Kelazhur, he's in danger. Here he's trying to hold his own. Marauders take a lot of swipes. Decent mine connections. The Colossus, they're working their way towards that mineral line. 3 SCV kills. A couple of boys are being pulled. Diving on the Colossus. He gets one. Not bad. He gets one. He gets two. Doesn't quite get the third. But a nice dive out of Kelazhur. Cost him 8 SCVs. Oh, and he can't keep pushing. Yeah, it's going to be clutch here. Zealots did a great job tanking. Mine shot goes off. Kelazhur, he barely holds on. Again, a very intense hold here from Kelazhur. Losing 8 SCVs. But hey, you got 2 Colossus. You get the Colossus. Oh, EMP bobbing up. EMP does pop up. He's going to be forced back. Reinforcements have arrived. Disruptors now amassing. At this point, Cristiano, he's mass expanding. He's getting his 5th base, now a 6th expansion as well. He can now afford a 2nd robo. And even though we can see some moments here where Kelazhur, he's been out trading Cristiano, and again, just out trading, being more efficient, at this point, it doesn't matter. At this point, Cristiano, he can afford to be inefficient. He has the money. He has the bases. Kelazhur trying to break out across the map. You know, Cristiano just trading with Kelazhur. Prism into the natural. Drop is moving in. Likewise, Kelazhur keeping up with the Zealots. Oh, brutal Nova. Nova does connect. The first one at least. Second one less so. Yeah, the Disruptors are getting caught out. Nice catch here from Kelazhur. Takes down 2 Disruptors. Takes down the Colossus as well. But the Prism gets in. Yeah, the Prism gets in. 9 SCV kills. And as we just mentioned here, what did Cristiano just lose? He lost 2 Disruptors and a Colossus. That's true. But he can afford it. And he gets 11 SCVs. And this is something that Kelazhur cannot afford. Kelazhur is being forced all in. He's down to 48 SCVs. And he's just being torn apart. He's being torn apart at this point. Yeah, as we're just rallying on forward. Breaking through in towards the 3rd. The Colossus may go down as on a slither on HP. A sliver of HP even. Nova's not connecting, but we just warp in a mass amount of Zealots. And GG gets called. Cristiano, he overwhelms. And Cristiano will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Cristiano. He will claim the series. Very impressive play here from Cristiano. Again, there were some good moments for Kelazhur throughout game 1 and in game 2 as well, but we spoke about it. Kelazhur, he was building up towards that big push. Remember, he was up 20 supply. He pushed through the center, but he got surrounded. He got caught out on the right and left hand side, and once Kelazhur lost that army, that was almost game then and there. Because after that, he was stuck at home. He was stuck at home. He could not move out. He could not be active on the map. He tried to move out with drop play, but he was being denied, and he was just contained at home. As we were trying to emphasize, he didn't have the economy to sustain his trades, so he was just dying over time. He just could not afford the losses with his army or with the economy either. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Cristiano does claim the series, and we're going to be following Cristiano into his next match. Let's go. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us switch on over here and catch up on the bracket. We already have our next opponent. It's going to be a PvP. Expect a lot of PvPs here. We had SOS taking down Jumy 2-0. MaNa takes down R 2-0. Now we have a rematch between MaNa and Cristiano. Let's go. Meanwhile, we do see that SKillous took down Pi. Ooh. SKillous popping off, taking on the favorite player in the tournament. Oh my god. Mixu takes down Papi, and we have SKillous versus Mixu in the upper part of the bracket when it goes up against SOS. But again, we're going to be focusing on our portion on Cristiano and MaNa. Now, if you've been watching the CranKy Ducklings over the past couple of weeks, then you would know that this is a rematch that these two have actually played very often as of late, surprisingly often, and it has been going the way of Cristiano. If you're watching the qualifiers specifically, the EWC European qualifiers, Cristiano did defeat MaNa in a best of 5, and I want to say they had a rematch in the closed qualifier as well. I want to say they played in the open and closed. Let's double check that though. Let us double check. So in my mind, Cristiano beat MaNa twice in 2 best of 5s in the last 2 weeks, but we can just check the stats. They may have played more than that as well. Okay, let's see. Yeah. So you know what? Let's actually, we can have a look together. Bam. So again, if you watch the CranKy Ducklings, you'll know that we covered both of these matches actually, because we cast everything. As you can see here, EWC European Qualifier. Bam. Cristiano, he 3-1 MaNa here, and he 3-2'd MaNa as well. The reason why they played twice, the first one was in the open qualifier, the second one was in the closed qualifier. So, and you can see the best one here in the King of the Hill. But yeah, Cristiano, he has had the better of MaNa as of late, so this is a rematch. I was just checking to see if they had played again since the EWC qualifiers, but looks like they haven't. So it looks like the last time they played was during those qualifiers. And again, we have the VODs of both of those matches over on our YouTube. Again, we did cover them both. Fun fact, I remember actually talking to Cristiano in the middle of this series here. He was so down on himself. MaNa, he was up 2-0. We were covering this, he was up 2-0, and I remember messaging Cristiano at the time, and he was like, I'm sorry, Papi, like I threw the game. It was just after he lost on Persephone. He was like, I've already lost the series, like I'll try again tomorrow, because these were the open qualifiers. He's like, I'll try again tomorrow. I did what I could, like I'm not playing well. I'm like, Papi, you got this, I believe in you, you're good to go. And yo, he popped off the reverse sweep, winning 3 games in a row. It was crazy. Won 3 in a row. And he was really thankful. It was very heartfelt. I appreciate it. He was like, "Ah, thank you." Like I was out of it, but did appreciate the support. And yeah, Cristiano, he has had the better of MaNa as of late. But what I will say is that overall, I do kind of rate MaNa higher, if that makes sense. In the sense that MaNa, he's been looking really impressive in PvT specifically. We saw MaNa take down Clem, we saw him take down some of the other big Korean Terrans as well. Like MaNa has been looking like a beast as of late. Like he's been looking insane. MaNa, papi, ay ay ay. So because of that, it's hard to bet against him, but specifically in this PvP, that's where I lean towards Cristiano, just because of those recent results and those recent wins, of course. I mean, none of those matches were 3-0s, none of them were one-sided, they were close back and forth, so I expect another back and forth here. Regardless of how this goes, I do not expect a one-sided series. I do not expect this to be one-sided. I expect a 3-1 or a 3-2 in either direction, so I'm here for it, I'm ready for it. Let's go. Here we go. As we're filing into our PvP. You can hear the beeps, and we're loading in. The videos are done, and this is going to be a best of 3 matchup. I remember the qualifying match is going to be a best of 5, and they're almost there. They're almost there, and it's going to be all about that PvP matchup. I mean, best of luck to Mixu, the only non-Protoss in the upper bracket, the only non-Protoss, so best of luck to Mixu as we are getting into our next matchup. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have the Polish Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports, it is Christiana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Also, my apologies. I was saying like I expected 3-1 or 3-2. I was getting ahead of myself. This is a best of 3. So if you recall, in the previous matches that we saw, those are best of 5s that Christiana was winning. But they did go the distance, and in a smaller series, in a shorter series, like it's even more up in the air here. So in a best of 3, it's first to 2, and again, this can go either way. I can see MaNa taking this, I can see Christiana taking this, so I don't envy those in the chat that have to predict. do not envy you. Best of luck. Best of luck with your Gamba, best of luck with your predictions. Best of luck. As we are getting into our game, and so far 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of MaNa, likewise 2-gate opener out of Christiana as well. We have our 2-gate openers. And we're looking for our second pylons as well. There it is, second pylon for Christiana, and second pylon for MaNa. No one is proxying, no one is cheesing. Not yet. Not in game 1. We're settling in, we're calming down. From here, we're waiting for our first units of choice. We're waiting to see, do we open up double Adept, double Stalker, or Stalker Sentry, or Sentry Expand? We have the answer to that question here. Sentry expands all around. Okay, great minds think alike. We have some, oh, never mind. Sentry Expand out of Christiana. Meanwhile, Cancels opens up double Stalker instead from the side of MaNa. I wonder if he noticed the lack of research. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he sees. Yeah, he does confirm. So a couple things just occurred here. Basically, MaNa, he was opening up greedy, if you remember, but he responded to seeing only one gateway researching. Again, when a building is in production like this, you can see no effects on the second gateway, at least not until a unit actually starts. So MaNa, he knows how greedy his opponent is being. He's aware of how greedy Christiana is being. Gonna try to punish. Knocks down the pylon. Will soon move out. Christiana, of course, he already has a Nexus on location. Again, that's why he skipped his second unit to afford a faster base. So Christiana has a greedier build, MaNa more aggressive. Here we go. Is moving out. We'll see what MaNa can get done. The pressure is on the red Protoss. Christiana does sneak out with the probe. Our eyes are on that worker. Stalkers are waddling in. Christiana trying to look him in with those force fields. Oh, coming from behind, and he gets one. He does get one of the Stalkers. Nice catch. Whew. Did cost him 2 force fields. At the same time, it does set up that probe, and we're waiting for the pylon. So Christiana, he holds back at home. Twilight Council open out of Christiana, faster blink from MaNa. Now the reason why blink is so fast for MaNa is because, remember, MaNa has a late base. Christiana, he's already mining. He's already saturating. Christiana has a better economy. MaNa has the faster tech. As flu stations are moving out. Christiana, he has to confirm whether or not MaNa's going for an all-in. MaNa, he has blink. He has a 3-gate setup. That's a lot of gateways. And we'll see if MaNa throws down a 4th gateway as well. As remember, Christiana is only on 2, so 2 gates into a Robo. With that Robo, he can make defensive immortals. Hallucination confirms the gateway count. And you can see MaNa is looking for any proxy pylon. And I believe he caught the probe. Oh, not quite. Not quite. But here comes the move out. As MaNa moves out, MaNa setting up for a 3rd. This is a really good way to recover. Again, MaNa, he is behind economically because of how late his natural is. How do you make up for it? Well, with map control and with a faster 3rd coming into the mid game. Speaking of the Cristiano first to expand, first take a third base. MaNa is moving out. MaNa does have the higher stalker count. He's got a larger army. And Cristiano, he has no shield batteries. Nice force field though. Nice force fields. Does slow down the army of MaNa. Ooh, once again, does lock him down. Blink is still not yet done. Cristiano, he's taking the better fights. Will lose both of his sentries. His sentries are going down. Cristiano does hold, but again, he's holding without shield batteries. It's a bit of a tougher hold here, but there we go. Shield batteries on the way. And again, both players are expanding. MaNa going to be the first to get into Forge. Meanwhile, Blink finally finishes for Cristiano. He can now go for his own Blink. Now he can micro against his opponent. He can micro. So can MaNa. MaNa quick to take up. Charge also on the way. Getting into a gateway heavy composition. Pushing him between the bases. He can, he can 2 shots. Not quite enough. Doesn't catch a stalker. MaNa looking for another way in. And we're calming down. Okay, we're calming things down. We just see MaNa, he backs off. Both players, they establish their third bases. We do have a comparable economy. MaNa is slightly ahead in workers. And when it comes to our tech, MaNa also has that lead, which is more important here. The fact that we have faster charge and faster +1. So there's going to be an earlier upgrade timing here for MaNa. I say earlier timing. Cristiano, he's not getting a single forge. There's just, oh wait, my apologies. Later forge, later +1. So yeah, there is a timing here, a window in time where MaNa does have that upgrade advantage. Meanwhile, the armies, they pass by each other. Uh-oh. Yeah, Cristiano out of position. He turns around, does race back home. He does race back. Lose a shield battery. That could have been so much worse. At the same time, Tordeps, they bust into the middle line. Tordeps, they can one-shot probes. They get 1, 2, 3, 4 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, this is getting brutal. This is getting out of hand. 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, God. 8 probes go down. Brutal damage. As MaNa's claiming a 4th. The observer, fails to recall back home. Nice catch out of MaNa. But again, Cristiano, he does cripple the economy. Does maintain his own. But MaNa, he has +1. And he's pushing. He's moving out, so the prism is on the way. That's going to be to reinforce. To send it across the map. I say that for the time being, is keeping his zealots back at home. Okay, only pushing out with his stalkers. He's spotted by the observer. Going for the other shield battery. Doesn't quite get it. Not quite. As MaNa pulls away, Cristiano, he does have that. Well, he's caught up with the upgrades. Does miss the prism just barely. But what does Cristiano have? He has a slightly higher zealot count. He has a higher stalker count as well. Remember, the upgrades are even. The Archons aren't ready yet. And that's a lot of zealots. Yeah, Cristiano just going for the kills. Nice, 1 Archon. There's 1 Archon left. The Archon count is just not there, and zealots are overwhelming. They're just overwhelming the army. Does target fire. Does focus on the other Archon. And Cristiano, he breaks through. Yeah, claims the 4th, pushing in towards the 3rd. At the same time, Zealot run at the natural. Probes are going down, but Cristiano's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. He's going for the throat. Again, MaNa, he just wasn't ready here for the push. Wasn't expecting Cristiano to commit so hard. And he's done it. He has done it. He has broken both expansions. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Cristiano, he was able to maintain an economic lead. Again, the Adept harass was brutal, faster natural, faster third base. So Cristiano, he was always slightly ahead economically. We did mention the upgrade advantage that MaNa had, but he didn't really make use of it. Sure, there was a window where he had +1 and his opponent didn't. There was a window where he had charge and his opponent didn't. but he wasn't really able to make use of those windows or of those timings, of those upgrades. We saw that he was being active and posturing on the map, but he didn't really commit to anything, and in that we saw that Cristiano was able to just catch up, and swing things in his favor and pop off with just the mass Zealot Warpins. GG. GG, well played, and with that we're now getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Cristiano can close out, we'll see if MaNa can recover. But again, a very tense game 1. And personally, I'm hoping for the ace match. Personally, I'm hoping for a game 3. I want to see a back and forth between these two players. Let's go. Let's us go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is MaNa. Here we go. So now we are settling in. We're calming down. Some players are setting up. And again, we did have some minute differences between our two players coming into the mid game. Again, Cristiano, he was able to maintain that slight edge over his opponent, outside of the upgrades, of course, as we were mentioning. It was also unfortunate that MaNa, he was just a little bit too late to set up his Archons. When you're up against a mass gateway composition, a swarm tail style, if you will, that Cristiano was going for, Archons, they play a crucial role in the defense just because they do so well tanking and getting splash damage on the Zealots, as there was just a sea of Zealots coming MaNa's way. But he only had one Archon. Remember, he had a second Archon being morphed in, but it was focused out before it could finish. So again, he just barely wasn't ready in time with those Archons. Barely not. Likewise, no shield by defensive setup either at the fourth. Again, he just wasn't aware just how committed Cristiano was going to be. But now though, two gate opener from both players. So far, mirrored builds. You can see the second pylon in the main base for Cristiano, and likewise second pylon in the main base for MaNa as well. With the placement of these second pylons, that means both players confirm there's no proxy, there's no shenanigans. The next big thing they're looking for here is the second pylon, and the first unit of choice is going to be Stalker Sentry out of MaNa. Meanwhile, Sentry Stalker out of Cristiano. I don't know if you noticed, this second Stalker, the Stalker is late. It was delayed a little bit, but nah, he's going to commit. I was curious if he was going to cancel, but he will need it to deal with the probe and to deal with the pylon block. Yeah, both players are blocking so far, mirrored builds. This time Cristiano, he won't have that crazy economic lead against MaNa like he did last game. There's a cancel. Station moves out. And MaNa will be the first to expand. Okay. Oh wait, my apologies. Jeez. I was looking at the resources and didn't realize that Cristiano has already started his own. So again, the bases are on the way. It's a little bit faster for Cristiano by like a second or two, but not the biggest of deals. So far, we're still mirroring each other. No crazy deviation yet. Oh, hello. MaNa sets up. Oh no, he gets caught out. Not again. He will lose one Stalker already. Ay. This early on, this is huge. MaNa tries to set up a proxy pylon, a proxy gateway, but he's getting caught out. We just see Cristiano, he pulls over the Stalker. And nice use of the healing pad. Okay. Does heal up. And with that MaNa, he can try to hold his own. Nah, the healing pad doesn't heal enough. Yeah, not enough here. Oh no, he gets 40. I'm loving the use of the force field. Does get his own away. Just barely. The force fields on each other. Chaotic fight here. Cristiano does take it in the end. Behind this, though, there's our proxy pylon and the proxy gateway and the proxy warp in. Let's go. Warping in 2 adepts to head into the middle line to wreak havoc. And Cristiano, he did miss it. He's not aware. He doesn't know. He has his own pylon instead. Once again, trying to catch out that stalker. One more volley. Does take it down. And MaNa has nothing. MaNa, he has 0 units at home. Why? Because he warped in across the map. He warped in across the map instead. Cristiano pulls away. Natural's under fire. I would say that Cristiano could be focusing the pylon, so a little bit of miscontrol here from Cristiano. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol. He barely does not get the stalker, but the pylon does finish, actually. Oof. Stalker goes down, and this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand here. It's getting out of control. Sure, adepts are denying mining, but Cristiano is breaking through into the expansion. That's the difference here. And Cristiano takes on the pylon. Nice force field. We'll slow him down. Going for another pylon. Depowering all the gateways. They get depowered. There's 1 gateway left. MaNa can warp in 1 unit at a time. Sentries go down for Cristiano. Oh, he gets locked in. Okay. Gets locked in. But who's locked in with who? Oh, God. Who's locked in with who, Bappy? Aye. 2 against 1. And we are able to warp in. And say race back home to defend. Some more warp-ins are on the way. Remember, MaNa, you can only warp in 1 unit at a time. Okay, just now repowering. That's still just an overwhelming Stalker army. And again, Cristiano, he should have enough to overwhelm. Takes down the Stalker. Boys are being pulled. That's controlled there by Cristiano. He kites back. He kites well. Oh, I killed it. Let's kite away. Picking up more workers. Cristiano's on 40 pros behind this. He has a booming economy. There's still no shield battery. Still on the way. Still on the way here. MaNa, he is slowly building up his forces. He's getting there. But so is Cristiano. Now we have a shield battery. Cristiano claims a 3rd base. Aye. I'd love to see a forge. I'd love to see +1. He's on 4 gateways. Barely gets away. Yo, we can make use of the healing pad, just saying. We can make use. Now moving in. Ooh. Link is up for both players. They do trade. Has shield by putting in a lot of work, but there's just a sea of stalkers here. Yeah, just a massive stalker advantage. Links back well. Again, boys being thrown away just to survive. But GG gets called. Cristiano, he breaks on through, and Cristiano, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played, Cristiano. He will claim the series. Again, coming into this, I was leaning towards Cristiano in terms of just because of recent results against MaNa. As we were showing on Wikipedia, we were showing the most recent matches. But again, Cristiano does take another win here. And again, I stand by what I said earlier, how I actually favor MaNa's PvT and even his PvZ as well. Like MaNa, he's been looking like a beast in the other matchups. I think in general, I do favor him as a player, but specifically in PvP, specifically against each other, that's what Cristiano, he has the better of MaNa. And Cristiano, he will take the win here and advance on to the next round, to a qualifying match. And let's find out where we're headed next. Winding it back here was just a really chaotic game. It came down to unit control, came down to micro, just really good force fields out of Cristiano. Just really good force fields, catching 1-2 stalkers early on, and that snowballed into a win. Like that early on, like every unit matters that much more, every force field that matters that much more. And with that GG well played. Cristiano does take the 2-0, and it looks like we're getting ready for the upper match here, the upper semifinals. So SKillous takes down Mixu 2-0, SOS takes down Jumy 2-0, and we have SKillous versus SOS coming up next. Oh boy. SKillous versus SOS. And they're going to be playing over on the Americas server. Okay. So Vita's underway. We're heading over to the Americas. And we're going to be going on a short break. Here. Also, as a reminder, which you can't really see here on the screen right now, but yeah, you can get a glimpse of it. There is a lower bracket. There's a lower bracket, and we'll be catching up with the lower bracket once we wrap up with the upper bracket itself. Well, we'll get there. I say that. Hold on. Can I tighten this up a little bit? Top 16. Okay, I can tighten this up a little bit here. You can see when it comes to lower brackets, we have Jumy waiting for the winner of Mixed 1 Fiant. We have Ledlix, he gets a walkover over Kelazhur. Diego unfortunately wasn't able to compete, wasn't able to face off against Ledlix. And we have Art versus Papi facing off in a PvP. So for now, again, we're going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we will have SKillous and SOS coming at you next. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you all enjoyed that lovely brutal OC. Again, it was a bit of a shorter break here as we jump into the upper bracket semi-finals to determine who will advance on to face off against Cristiano in a qualifying match. We're here to find out. As spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Leylines, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our PvP. And fun fact, I was just looking this up because I was curious. I was like, I don't think I've ever casted SOS versus SKillous before. And I haven't. No one has. Fun fact, they've never played against each other in a competitive setting. At least, according to the Wikipedia, I believe in early rounds I might not track, but yeah, SKillous and SOS, they've never played against each other. There's no recorded match. They kind of miss each other here. Again, SKillous, he kind of rose through the ranks a little bit later in his career in the lifespan of StarCraft. SOS, of course, he retired from StarCraft quite some time ago. He did return to StarCraft last year, true. SOS, he did return. And he was competing in WTL for Team NV. But even then, like, I guess they miss each other, right? Team NV versus Team Liquid, they did miss each other's skills versus SOS didn't quite happen there either. So this is a first. Let's go. We're here to make history, Pappy. Now, coming into this, I do favor Nikita. Nikita, he's very much so in form. From the side of SOS, from what we've seen, from what I've seen, it does seem like he's still kind of getting his footing. I say that, he did have a good performance at a Home Series Cup for sure, but I still do lean towards Nikita. But what's also important is that it's a best of 3, right? It's a best of 3, not a best of 5, so in a shorter series, anything can happen, right? One small misstep, one small mistake can get you a loss, and then bam, you're on match point, and then bam, everything just snowballs from there. One base all in. Proxy Robo, one base all in here out of SKillous. He's gonna pop off, he's gonna double down, and he's even faking a second unit here. Let's go. Let us go. As we have SOS going for an economic over. Jesus. Almost a blind counter here. SKillous, he has no idea. He's just out scouting. Again, SOS going for a gate expand. Really greedy build here from SOS, and this looks like almost a hard counter. Third gateway gets thrown down. SOS, he scouts the main. He confirms no expansion. And SOS, he needs a robo. He needs a robo back at home. Ay, ay, ay. And there it is. Throws down gateways. They will help. Robo is now done, Immortal's on the way. And this is going to be a tough hold here for SOS. Not impossible, but tough. Just because this base is not going to help. Like, the expansion is not going to assist here. He has a shield battery, he has an energy overcharge, true. There we go, more shield batteries on the way. And he does confirm. Yeah, SOS, he finds the proxy, now he knows 100% what's going on. He is now certain as to what's happening. Oh, SOS, cheeky move, going for the pylon in the main, okay. So let's go for the pylon. From here, you can just warp in straight into the mineral line. And, I mean, this is something that, oh god, who am I thinking of? I want to say, no, it wasn't Arrow Fire. I think it was Exo Striker. I think Exo Striker was very fond of this and will do this every single game. S the Exo Striker. So SOS being cheeky. At the same time, the Prism has arrived. Dives on the shield battery, brings down one, brings down the other. The Immortal's taking a lot of damage. Taking too many hits, actually. Oh, nice control. Does pull away. Here we go, Adept straight into the base, and this can end the game. Straight up. Like, two Adepts taking straight up in the game here. Oh, SKillous, he just warped in! No, he just warped in! If he has defensive warp ins, then he can be okay. There we go, Adepts into the bases, probes are going down. Prism taking a lot of hits. Does back off in time. Nice juggle. Oh god! Nice juggling. Does save the Immortal. Second Immortal has arrived. As the Prism does go down, one Immortal gets surrounded and will also barely fall. But SKillous, he wins the fight. He wins the fight. He takes control of the natural. At the same time, their probes are going down. It does warp in defensively just in time. It's getting chaotic. That's a lot of probe kills. SKillous down to 15 probes. Remember, the workers, they matter that much more for SKillous. Takes down the pylon, depowers everything. Uh-oh. Zero production. Zero production left. We had to warp in just in time. That was so close, so clutch. Does warp in. SKillous, we got to keep going. We got to keep pushing. He's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of units, running out of reinforcements. Remember, he lost the Warp Prism. He's being forced out. Ah, no. He had some wasted DPS here on the low ground as well. Yeah, he was on a move. And SOS is holding. He's holding onto the main base. He has the sentry, he has the force field. You can see SKillous, he's waiting for the Warp Prism. He's waiting for the Prism. Takes out the natural, but that doesn't matter. Remember, it's one base versus one base. And SOS still has a better economy. SKillous still undersaturated. Getting on top of the Cybercore. Prism goes back home just to pick up. We do have a full wall off here at the natural. Adepts are moving out. And that should force a defensive warp in as well. Should force that warp in. And again, if SOS wins this game, we can attribute so much to that one pylon in the main base. As he got 7 probe kills. Meanwhile, we can see the defensive robo is now done for SOS, building up his own mortal counts. We'll snipe the Cybercore, not bad. Cybercore does go down. No backup Cybercore for SOS. We'll lose their gateway as well. These three Immortals, they pack a punch. Force Field will delay him. First Immortal has arrived for SOS. Does get the first Immortal. Takes out a Stalker, but a miscontrol there by SKillous. Unable to save it in time. Has to unload. There we go. SKillous panicking a little bit there. Does panic. One Immortal takes extra shots. It should not be that low. So very low Immortal. Adepts are shading past. They're threading a shade. There's a force field. Getting within range of the gateway. Oh, nice save. Nice save on the Immortal. Does struggle back. Barely saves the Stalkers as well. I mean, SKillous, he's controlling very nicely. Oh my god, the juggling was insane. Oh, it denies the warp in though. Barely doesn't lie, but he's done it. He's done it. He's broken through. Again, the control there was insane from SKillous. Now going for the warp in. There's one Immortal left, and SKillous, he's done it. GG gets called. SKillous, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Towards the end there, SKillous, he locked in. he locked in, Papi. He was having some crazy micro, saving and juggling his Stalkers, his Immortals, not losing anything. Once he could focus on his control, then he could overwhelm. Again, although it was very close, very clutch for SKillous to lose so many workers ahead of time in the lead up to the all-in. Likewise, SOS buying time for his own Immortal production, but alas, barely was not enough. Could not stem the tide of SKillous. GG. GG well played. Again, a very intense game. It was impressive how close it was considering the opener. As a reminder, winding it back, remember, we saw SOS go for a very greedy build. He went for a gate cyber expand before tech, before anything, and he responded to the all-in with 3 gates as well. So really late defensive robo, really late Immortal production, and non-existent Warp Prism either. So it was just a really greedy build out of SOS, which should not have worked. Should not have worked. And in the end it didn't. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Getting into game 2. And again, we'll see if SOS can bring it and force the ace match, or if SKillous will close it out here and now. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Telkomak, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself leading the series 1-0, representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Streamer Zone from the land of South Korea. It is SOS. Go. Whew. So again, we are locking in. Do have our high ground pylons, and we'll see if anyone does decide to hide a pylon. To send out their probe. Speaking of, SOS does move out. So while we're setting up. Go. SOS going for a much earlier probe scout this time. Much earlier, sends it straight into the main base, and he's looking for the pylons. He does confirm the first pylon and the 2 gate opener. Speaking of gate cyber expand, once again, greedy build out of SOS. And if SKillous knows anything about SOS, yep, 1 base all in. This is a prime location for a proxy robo. This is a very common proxy location, I should say. Very common. There it is. See, once again, gate into Cybercore into Nexus. Even MaxPax doesn't do this. Like, MaxPax, he's known for more economic openers, but even MaxPax goes for a Stargate before expanding, typically. So this is just so greedy out of SOS. So very greedy. And SOS, he sees the pylon is missing. Like, he's here with the probe. He should scout, he should check, he should double check here in the main to confirm that the pylon is nowhere to be found. And we'll see how SOS does respond. Yep, there we go. You can see him confirm. No pylon. No pylon. He knows something is wrong. It could be real, it could be fake. Could be a robo, which is a one-base all-in, which is coming his way. Or it could be a proxy Stargate into a more economic opener. SKillous confirms the timing of the Nexus, he knows. So now he knows how greedy, how many corners SOS has cut, and now SKillous can commit with even more confidence. Even more confidence here. And this is going to be a tough hold. Now, SOS, he is scouting the left-hand side. As I mentioned before, this is a very common proxy location, so SOS should eventually check here. He should confirm. SOS, once again, he responds with a 3-gate follow-up with a delayed robo. So, delayed robo, 3-gate setup here out of SOS. I still do think this is quite greedy of him. Robo's in the main. This time, if you remember in game 1, SOS he got away with a hidden pylon. This time he's being chased. Yeah, this time SKillous doesn't risk it. This time he will kill the probe and he will deny the pylon. Oh, Prism first. Okay, not Immortal. War Prism first. That's going to be faster. And that's going to hit even harder earlier on. We can see the defensive setup here. Second shield battery, third shield battery is on the way. If we just bypass it, we go straight for the main. Straight for the main, straight for the sentries. Sentries under fire. He wants the sentries. He gets one. And one sentry goes down. Oh, a bit of awkward control here out of SKillous. Does pull away. Does get a Stalker. Stalker goes down as well. Leaves out one Stalker himself. So again, a bit of awkward pathing from the players. Yeah, but he will defend. As I should say, SKillous defends his Prism. GG gets called. SKillous, he overwhelms. And SKillous, he does a breakthrough. He will claim the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played against SKillous. This time, it was the same build in a way, but because he went for the faster Prism, he had faster warp-ins, he went straight into the main base, and he just bypassed. Remember, there were 3 shield batteries at the natural. 3 shield batteries at the natural, and they didn't matter. They were, in a way, a waste of resources because they did not come into play in the main base. There was no foresight to set up a shield battery in the main base either, and we saw that SOS, he was just caught with his pants down. He was caught fighting without any shield battery support. GG. GG, well played. With that, we saw that the one chance that SOS had was to try to snipe the Prism, but the Prism was kept alive, was preserved, was able to be zoned away, or zoned away the ground army. So really nice movement there from SKillous. He defended his Prism, and from there he did not stop. Did not stop, could not stop. GG. GG, well played. With that, SKillous will advance on to the next round, to the qualifying match. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. Getting ready for our next series. Oh boy. But again, SOS, he has been a little bit more rough around the edges as of late. He's still kind of regaining some of his previous skill that he had long ago before he had gone to the military. Still leveling up, and he's still in the tournament, of course. He's still in the tournament, he's still in the lower bracket. He'll have a chance at redemption, of course, from that lower bracket. For now, though, we're going to be following SKillous into Cristiano for that best of 5 for that qualifying match. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting ready for that best of 5. And this is going to be a hard one to call, I'll be honest. Like, these two go back and forth. We've seen Cristiano and SKillous face off many a time in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. And yeah, I want to say that typically it does lean towards SKillous, but I would be surprised if this is a 3-0. Like, I expect a 3-1 or a 3-2. I expect this to be a back and forth, regardless of the outcome. And Vita's underway. So we'll see you soon in a couple of moments here with SKillous and Cristiano. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the qualifying match, the first qualifying match of the broadcast of the qualifier of the Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025 qualifier number 1. We're here to determine which of these two players will make it into the main event, the offline event in Krakow and Kraków, depending on where you are, depending on your pronunciation. But here we go. We're jumping in to our best of 5, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss player himself representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. We go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. It will go the way of Cristiano. Will go the way of SKillous. Again, it's quite close and intense between the two players. Actually, I should have just looked it up. True. Should have just looked it up. So best of luck with your Gamba, as it's going to be a hard one to call. It's going to be a hard one to call here. Fun fact, this year, actually, it is going to be 33% in favor of Cristiano, 66 in favor of SKillous. We saw that SKillous actually took down Cristiano at Belgian Star Zagora at Hub Cup number 3, but Cristiano took him down in OC King of the Hill, weekly 214. So they have had a bit of a back and forth, but in general does lean towards Nikita, towards SKillous. But best of luck with your predictions. So now SKillous does hide his second pylon. Cheeky maneuver here out of Nikita. So it does hide his pylon. Again, this is for a fake proxy. A fake proxy setup, making it look like he's committing when he is not. And Cristiano, he's searching. You can see him do the full lap. He's looking for the pylon. And I'm sure Cristiano, he was watching the previous series. I'm sure he was watching SOS versus SKillous. And yes, second probe. He immediately sends out a second probe. He's convinced that there's something out there. That there is a proxy. And he's adamant about finding it. About searching, about finding. Again, we know there's nothing to be found. But Cristiano, he has to find out the hard way. Likewise, SKillous into the main. Confirms the second pylon. Doesn't get eyes on the third. Third is hidden. Third is hidden elsewhere. Cristiano, I love that he hides his probe. Yeah, there we go. He does confirm. Now he knows economic builds. So he was able to successfully hide his second probe behind the natural, so he's able to get eyes on the Nexus timing, so he knows that there is no proxy, or nothing committed, I should say. And now he just moves out. Yeah, he just moves out across the map. Fans out a probe on the right-hand side, looking for a proxy Stargate. True, it could still be a Stargate. We know that it isn't, but Cristiano still has to confirm. Still has to confirm here. Station goes in. Cristiano, he rotates, looking for the Stargates, and he will find the pylon. Nice catch. Does find the pylon. Forge a follow-up here out of SKillous. Now Cristiano knows that, okay, it was a fake out. It was a fake out. And overall, I do favor SKillous in this position. SKillous, he has the faster Nexus. SKillous, he also has more mining. Again, we saw that Cristiano, he was looking and scouting with more probes than his opponent, so there was more inefficient mining going on, more lost mining time. And again, we have the faster Forge with the faster +1. So faster and better upgrades for SKillous. Pylon goes down. Cristiano setting up his own proxy. SKillous, he does not fight for it. Does not engage. I see Holy Lime in the chat. I need predictions. I'm going all in on SKillous. Put the house on him, baby. Put the house on him. If you win, you get 2 houses. True. How could you not? Cab. Calm down, baby. Calm down. As both players are setting up their proxies, we have a gateway here for Cristiano, a gateway for SKillous. With this, we can reinforce across the map, we can commit. How many gateways are done? This is going to be, I believe, the third gate. There are, sorry, fourth gateway. Jesus. So 2 gates, 2 base, 4 gates set up here at Cristiano, and I believe SKillous is doing the same. Yeah, both players are going up to 4 gates. But SKillous will have that upgrade advantage. Meanwhile, I believe Cristiano has the... Oh, actually even stalker count. SKillous out of position. Uh-oh. He moves out. SKillous moves out. Cristiano moves in. Does hit the mineral line, and SKillous is racing back home again, completely out of position. Probes are going down. And Cristiano, he has force fields. True. Force fields are available. Does activate Guardian Shields. Turns back his opponents, but he's getting surrounded. And he's getting caught out. He does take down the mineral line, but he has to get the hell out of here. Reinforcements, they come in from behind. And Cristiano, can he break out? He cannot. He'll lose everything. He'll escape with 2 stalkers. 2 stalkers recall back home. He does race back, but hey, he took down the entire mineral line. 19 probe kills. SKillous, he's all in. SKillous at this point, he's completely all in. He's warping across the map. It's all or nothing for SKillous. Cristiano, he backs off, throws down a wall of shield batteries. He knows the wing conditions survive. And Cristiano, all he has to do is survive, defend. Dark Shrine on the way. I really like the Dark Shrine here for Cristiano, because all he has to do is just survive on 2 bases. And is there detection? The answer is no. No Robo, no Stargate. There is a Forge for cannons, but I mean, he has no answer for defensive DTs. So really smart choice here for Cristiano. Shield batteries are done. Collapsing on the Stalkers. Yeah, better concave here for Cristiano. But he's running out of force fields. And SKillous, he may just still overwhelm. Cristiano, he needs a little bit more time. He needs more time, he needs more warp-ins. He needs the energy overcharge if at all possible. And remember, he can pull the boys if he needs to. He can pull the boys. Trying to make use of the Sim City. Here comes that defensive DT. And again, there's nothing. There's no detection. Free damage. Free damage in the army. MaNa getting desperate. Boys are being pulled. And it's only 1 DT though. Ideally, we want more. Yeah, where are the warp-ins? 12 workers go down. 1 Dark Templar popping up. Here comes a Robo. Here come cannons. And again, Cristiano, he has a bank. He has a bank. Trying to warp in whatever he can. DT moves out, but at this point there are cannons. At this point, SKillous, he's safe at home. And we're in a really weird economic game state. On the one hand, I was hoping there would be more Dark Templar to defend, so Cristiano, he just had the 1. As a result, he wasn't able to counterattack, and now there are cannons. And look at the economy here. SKillous is only down by 3 probes. Like, the economy is still very close. Very close. Oh. I say that cannons, they don't quite cover the production. But there's the Observer. The Observer does arrive. Observer does defend. SKillous moves out. Does move out. Cristiano now expanding, claiming his own 3rd base. And this might end up in a like normal standard game. We might this game may just continue. I say that SKillous is yet to expand. Cristiano setting up or settling into a longer game. SKillous is not yet, but there we go. There's a 3rd. 3rd base also on the way. SKillous rotates. Does hit the 3rd. At the same time, DT's once again into the bases, but there are cannons all over the place. There are cannons everywhere. Oh, gets a pylon. Just the 1. There's a 2nd pylon. Better concave for SKillous. SKillous, he's actually out trading Cristiano here. He has +2. True. Has the upgrade. +2. Going for the expansion. Yeah, just out trading Cristiano. Takes down the base. Cristiano cannot keep up. He's down in Stalkers, down in upgrades, and GG gets called. SKillous, he overwhelms, he overruns, and SKillous takes game number 1. Whew, GG. A crazy chaotic game here from our 2 players. Cristiano, he was able to cripple SKillous early on. He was able to cripple him, able to punish him, and force the all-in. But as we saw, what did he have to defend? He had 3 gateways, so he was down in gateways, he was down in production. He also had 2 shield batteries to defend. He was taking up into DTs, but he barely couldn't hold on. He was initially buying some time, but he was overrun at the natural. He was forced to pull the boys, and the economic lead that Cristiano had, he lost it. He lost that lead. Likewise, he was perpetually behind in upgrades, and we saw that SKillous did outscale Cristiano coming into a longer game. GG. He had the higher stalker count, he had the better upgrades, and with that, he ran away with it. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if SKillous can extend his lead. We'll see if Cristiano can recover and tie things up. Let's go. Yo, meanwhile, a big shout out to Icegar, the chat. Thank you so much. Obrigado. Icegar. Thank you so much for subscribing for 36 months. 3 years of support. That's a long time, papi. 3 years of support for the CranKy Ducklings. Thank you, papi. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the content, hope you enjoyed the casting, and a big shout out to Icegar. He is one of the pillars of the StarCraft 2 scene behind the scenes. Without Icegar, so many events would be run so much less efficiently, I should say. So thank you so much. Big shout out to Icegar for stepping in, not just for helping out with some of these big international events, but also for the local events. Icegar, of course, was in charge of adminning and helping to run the Brazilian StarCraft circuit, the Brazilian S2 circuit, and here's to potentially more offline events in Brazil. Potentially. I hope so. I hope so. Hope you had a great time there as we are getting into our best of 5 into game 2, and spawning in the right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Team Liquid Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and make a series out of this. It is Cristiano. We go. So getting into game number 2. Settling in. Once again, we're looking for pylons. Speaking of, SKillous is out on the map, and it looks like he wants to hide a pylon here towards the center. I say hide because it doesn't look like the ideal location for an actual proxy. We'll see. Interesting. I say not ideal. This is a really risky location. As you can see, it's in the main attack path, or the main scouting path, I should say. It's dead set in the center of the map, but I will also say that it's so much more common to do this. As you can see, Cristiano, he is scouting the edge. He's scouting the edge here on the right and potentially left-hand side as well, whereas he's not scanning the center, and he will not find the committed proxy. Show us the robo. There it is. One base all in by SKillous. Going for the proxy robo, and Cristiano, he is trying to figure out what's going on. And I do really like this for game 2 because, as a reminder, how did game 1 begin? Game 1 began with SKillous going for a fake out. He went for a pylon, but it was on his side. It was basically here at the 3rd location. Like, remember, SKillous, he hit his first pylon in game 1, and it was a fake out. Here, it's real. Oh, and you can see Cristiano, he's looking, he's searching, he barely does not scout the proxy. Searching desperately here at the edge of the map. Ooh, now Cristiano does go for a Twilight Council before expanding, so tech-heavy start. Meanwhile, gateways are done, Stalkers are moving out. Robo is now complete, and we're going for the Immortal first. So again, one base all in. You can see Cristiano is still searching. He's still looking for the pylon. Still trying to figure out. Checks the left-hand side, does head towards the center. Waiting for any stray units. Hoping to catch out and get the first volley off. And does find the Stalkers, does find the proxy, he knows. Yeah, now he knows, now he's aware. Behind this we need, yep, shield batteries are on the way. He does start his first shield battery. Oh, I love this rotation. So SKillous moves out. Never mind. I was gonna say that Cristiano could come in from behind and try to hit the robo, but he's actually going for a counterattack instead. Okay, this is a bold move. So Cristiano is gonna try to defend with the bare minimum. He's defending with the bare minimum here at the ramp. He's headed for the main. There is a full wall. SKillous, he has time to respond. So there we go. Does go for the defensive warp in, does go for the sentry. Sentry does have the force field. And does lock down the army, cuts it in half. Boys are being pulled. Is doing some economic damage. At the same time, those skills pushing in towards the main. One stalker goes down to 3. And Cristiano, he's still maintaining himself here. Nice force field. Likewise, Cristiano is also trying to buy some time. But the prison does save the units. Going for the gateway. Going for the gateway. Cristiano, he gets in. He has to respect the mineral line. He cannot get surrounded. Yeah, speaking of, the boys are being pulled. Takes down the stalker. Takes down the sentry. Oh my god. Down to 1 stalker left. SKillous, he turns around. He panics for a moment there. Does panic. Takes down the stalker. Down to 2 stalkers. Still more economic losses. Still no mining. And Cristiano, he is just, I should say, outproducing. Has better economy, but he will lose 1 gateway. Down to 2. Sorry, down to 2 gates. There are gates on the way. No defensive robo out of Cristiano. Bold move. Remember, true, he's getting into Blink. Blink won't help too much. Oh. I say that, of course, he can try to dive on the prison. They can preserve his army. There we go. Blink is done. Blink is done. Nice Blink control. Does Blink away. Likewise, the Blink control here by his skills as well. Juggling nicely. Takes on the gateway. Gateway goes down, but he's taking a lot of hits. Oh no! Takes a lot of damage. And Cristiano's done it. Yeah, he's held. He's held. He does break out. Takes out the prison. Takes out the immortals. And Cristiano, he will just snowball out control and clean everything up. GG gets called. And Cristiano, he takes game number 2. Tying up the series 1-1. GG, and very fortunate here that Cristiano, remember, he did not try to expand. I should say, before even knowing what was happening, remember, he went for a delayed Nexus, he went for a faster Twilight Cancel into faster Blink, and Blink did come into play towards the end there, towards the end of that game. Remember, he chose not to go for the earlier Nexus because he was a little bit wary as to what was going on. He was a little bit afraid as to what was really happening. So again, Cristiano, he was wary, he did play it safe, he went for the earlier tech before expanding, which did kick in towards the end of that game. Likewise, really good decision to go for the counterattack. I thought he was going to try to wrap around the army and go for the robo. He wrapped around the army, went for the main base instead, and he was able to bust into the main base. He was able to deny mining time. It meant that SKillous, he wasn't able to warp in as efficiently as he wanted to. He had 3 gates, but often, he had 2 gates even, but often he could not even warp in because it was economy, right? Because his economy was lackluster, because he was forced to pull the boys, because they weren't mining for quite some time. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3. As does you. Este Iska. Yo, I see Ranger in the chat as well. Este Ranger. Good evening. I know it's quite late in Malaysia. It's quite late, but good to see you. Hope you're doing well for yourself. Get some rest, Pappy. Get some rest. I know it's very late in Malaysia. Okay. Nice sack, terrible follow-up. I don't know if I would go as far as say terrible follow-up. I will say that if you're referring to game 1, like Cristiano, he was missing warp-ins. It did feel like he was either missing warp-ins or he had a low gate count. So he was banking up a lot of resources while he was defending. So definitely a lot of chaos was being wreaked in game 1. And forcing some mistakes out of Cristiano for sure. But here we go, we have a series, we have a back and forth, and now we're getting into game number 3. And we'll see who takes the lead in the series this morning. In the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Red Protoss. We have the Red Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss himself representing Team Liquid, being forced into a tied-up series. We'll see if he can take a lead. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. Now, game 1, SKillous went for the fake proxy pylon. Game 2, he went for a real proxy pylon. Game 3, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be, Pappy? Show us what you got. Where's the pylon? Aye, aye, aye. Speaking of, the probe is rallied here towards the bottom right-hand corner of the map, and this location wouldn't be too bad for a proxy Stargate. Otherwise, we could even try to hide a Twilight Council down here. I'm leaning towards a Twilight Council or Stargate. This feels a little bit too far away ground-wise for a proxy Robo, but we've seen stranger things. Like, it's... To get opener back at home, to get opener at Cristiano. Here comes the pylon. And we'll see what SKillous does with said pylon. Stargate, Twilight Council, or Robo. As here comes the pylon. Cristiano comes in for the scouts. He will soon confirm that the pylon is missing. And you can see he's scouting here on the right-hand side. He's checking the standard locations. He's checking the 3rd, checking the 4th. Again, this is a very common location for a proxy Robo. So proxy Robo, proxy Gateway often is here. Checking further out towards the gold. And it is a proxy Robo. Okay, one base all in. Part of me was thinking that it could be other tech just because this is further away, and it is. But we're going for it nonetheless. And again, there's a reason why Cristiano, he checked the 3rd and 4th location just because they're closer, and again, they're more common for proxy Robo. It's also why he's not checking the direct corner of the map as well. There's a lower chance that it would be here. But that means it's going unscouted, true. Let's go unscouted. Cristiano, he is searching. Now the left-hand side. This is a common proxy location for a proxy Stargate. This is very common, so Cristiano does check. No Stargate. No Stargate, no Robo. In his mind, it might be a fake out, but he does go Twilight Council first. Once again, just like last game. Twilight Council before Expand. So he will have earlier blink. And he catches out the Adepts. Not bad. Immortal is amassing. Cristiano moves out across the map. We can see SKillous taking defensive stance here on top of the ramp. And ideally, SKillous wants Cristiano to expand. Jesus, shield batteries are on the way. Pylons are on the way. Cristiano, he hasn't seen anything. He hasn't confirmed anything. But, I mean, like Cristiano, brutal force field. Cristiano, he will lose 2 Stalkers. 2 for 1. Better trade for SKillous. Shield batteries cancelled. Prism is on the way. And the Immortal actually does pivot around. Cristiano going for his own proxy pylon. And you can see that SKillous was trying to intercept. Didn't find the Stalkers. Now he's pushing. Cristiano going for a 3rd gateway. And he sees. He does see the Immortal. He's now aware completely as to what's going on. I mean, before this, he saw no expansion. Set up. Blink is halfway done. And Blink is halfway done. Collapsing of the army. Catch out the shield battery, not bad. Shield battery does go down. Takes down the sentry as well. Nice catch. Takes down the sentry. Takes down the gateway. SKillous, he's gaining ground. So far, nice blink control. Or nice pick-up micro, I should say. And you know what I mean. Preserves his units, takes down the 2nd gateway, or it's under fire. It should go down. How many gateways left? 1. 1 gateway remaining. It's 1 gate left. Blink is almost complete. 10 more seconds. SKillous is pushing in. Forcing his way forward. Blink is just now done. Oof. He's out of Stalker. Boys are being pulled. And the Stalker count is quite low here for Cristiano. Trying to push forward. Stalker comes in from behind. Can he get off the Prism? It's tempting, but nah, the Prism, it's too secure. Yeah, SKillous does maintain himself. Checking the army size here. SKillous, he does have the slightly lower Stalker count, but he has 3 Immortals. That's an insane Immortal count here. And you can see the difference between Game 3 and Game 2. If you remember, in Game 2, I was concerned about Blink. If you recall, I said something on the lines of like, this isn't really going to help much in the head-on fight or in the defense. That was assuming that SKillous had a booming economy, and he does here. Remember, last game, SKillous, he was losing probes. He was losing probes, he had less warp-ins, he was forced to pull the boys. Like, in Game 2, SKillous' economy was disrupted. Here in Game 3, it isn't. Here in Game 3, like, SKillous, he has the economic advantage. SKillous is pushing his way in. This time his mineral line is safe. And again, this army is terrifying. He gets 5 probe kills here in the mineral line. You can see how different the dynamic is comparing the 2 games, despite the builds being quite similar, if not the same. SKillous does force his way in. And yeah, GG gets called. He does overwhelm, and SKillous takes a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Does take a lead here and is 1 game away from qualifying for the main event for the Fusion Esports League at Krakow 2025 main event. 1 more game is all he needs. And again, a very intense series here. Very intense. And we saw basically Game 2 and Game 3 were mirrored builds, where in both games we had Cristiano going for early Blink and early Twilight Council. In both games we had SKillous going for the Proxy Robo, but again we saw that in Game 2 Cristiano, he was able to get economic damage. Here in Game 3 he was not. He was stuck at home. He was pinned down. SKillous had a lot more map control. A lot more map control in favor of SKillous this time. And here we go. Getting into our next game. SKillous is like, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted out of Tokamak. So, okay, fair enough. So now getting into our next game. Gonna be loading into Incorporeal. What do PvP seem more explosive and unpredictable than other mirror matchups? You're referring to the early game. A lot of it is just because of the warping mechanic. Because of how the warping mechanic goes, or works I should say, when it comes to warping in units across the map or hiding tech and hiding your build, it is a lot more, I should say, it's easier to do that in a PvP than it is in any other matchup. It is easier to scout and confirm what your opponent's up to in ZVZ and TVT, just because your opponent's builds are a lot more limited in how you can go for a proxy. Like, it's a lot more obvious if your opponent's going for an all-in. Here, as you saw, you can fake out your opponents, and you can commit as well. And because of the warping mechanic, you can be that much more aggressive by reinforcing across the map, by warping across the map as well. So just because of how the race itself works, it's just a very different design, very different tool set compared to all the other races. That's why you can, that's why you can be that much more aggressive. Just how the race is designed. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Team Liquid Protoss leading the series 2-1, and we'll see if we can claim it here and now. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. Here we go. When you can only make Stalker but you're facing non-stop immortal production, GG. Kind of. If you recall, there's a reason why we did emphasize the difference between Game 2 and Game 3, because Game 2, Cristiano was also making purely Stalker, but it worked. It did work anyway. But again, a big reason for that is because his own economy was disrupted. He could not reinforce his immortals the same way. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. And Cristiano, he does fan out on the right-hand side. SKillous going for the fake proxy pylon. Okay. Pylon is going to be thrown down. Show me the workers, they do bounce off each other. They do find each other. Cristiano, yeah, he's checking. He's like, hold on, why is the probe here? Why was the worker in this area? He checks here for the proxy pylon, and he will come across it. He will find it, and with that, he can be safe and sound. There we go. Cristiano, this time he finds a pylon. He knows that he can, this time, expand and get into a standard economic setup. Let's go. So the pylon does go down. Cristiano, he can now expand, and so can SKillous. So after a very intense couple of games, we can take a breath, we can expand, and we can embrace the mid game. Let's go. Let us go. Can get into the mid game. As a hallucination does go in, does confirm the Nexus timing. Cristiano setting up a proxy pylon across the map. With this, he can warp in, he can reinforce with the depths, and try to harass. That's Cristiano, he will find the pylon, he will shut it down. Oh, nice catch, very nice catch. As Cristiano, he will focus down and he will get the Stalker. Locking down the first Stalker. Now warping in. He has momentum. He's pushing forward. He's going for it. Yeah, he is going for a force field. They lock down one Stalker and one Sentry. Still within range. Stalker goes down, and this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. Here come the warp ins, and Cristiano here and now. He's here to break SKillous. Ay, ay, ay. Cristiano, he has double the Stalker count, double the Sentry counts. We have a shield battery to hold on to. Cristiano, he's going for the kill. He's going for the throat. Boys are being pulled. We'll lose the Stalker. Yeah, we'll lose one Stalker. Cristiano still just reinforces. And he should overwhelm. The shield battery is out of energy. Brutal force field. Boys are being pulled, and Cristiano, he will overwhelm. Catching out all the probes. And it's just a numbers game. Like, skills, he cannot keep up. Like, production-wise, he does have the Immortal, though. True. The Immortal does pop out. Whew, he's holding. Behind this, Cristiano does have the economic lead. A Blink has begun. Throws down 2 more gates. Getting up to 4-gate Blink. And SKillous, he survives. Whew, he does survive. Does hold. Finds the pylon. Shuts it down. Does shut down the pylon. Cristiano coming in from behind. Doesn't quite catch anything. Cristiano does pull away. SKillous now is getting map control. He's got his Immortal count. Second Immortal is now popping out as well. SKillous is pushing. With the help of the Warp Prism, we can also try to harass into the main. And the game continues. Whew. Game does continue. SKillous moving in. Bearing in mind he still has the sentries. He has got a lot of force fields. Blink is not yet done. Force field's that much more deadly. See Cristiano getting pulled out, losing one Stalker. Oh, almost another. Almost another Stalker goes down. SKillous reinforcing across the map. Again, he's already got 4 gates. And he's just forcing his way in. Yeah, boys are being pulled. A Blink is done for Cristiano. But these Immortals, they just do so much of the back line. And Cristiano, he is holding on, but it's going to cost him so many probes. Yeah, every worker's going down. 18 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses here for Cristiano. Does blink in. Doesn't get the Prism. The Prism survives. And they shade into the bases. Yeah, they shade into the main. Oof. They do force a recall. Cristiano here overreacts. I thought it was going to shade as well. I didn't blame him. Oh, this time does focus on the Prism. This time no miss target firing. Gets one, now going for the Immortals. And Cristiano, he is barely holding. Takes down both Immortals. No, not this time. Yeah, this time they shade. This time he commits. 2-3 probes going down. Cristiano is just pulled apart. And SKillous, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on and qualifying for the Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025 main event. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Very impressive play here from SKillous. Again, things were looking dire for SKillous. Cristiano, he was popping off, catching stalkers, taking control of the low ground, pushing forward, getting probe kills. But once the Immortal arrived, SKillous, he was able to pull off his defense. He just had to buy enough time for the Immortal. Once he made it, he was able to hold, defend, and then bam, counter-attack. And Cristiano, he just could not survive, could not hold on there. He did pull the boys there to try to muster up a defense. But again, Blink did finish up a little bit later. He did pay the price for it. He had limited force fields, and GG, well played. SKillous, he snowballed out of control. And just to reiterate, this event is an offline tournament. It's an offline tournament happening in Poland, in Krakow, and SKillous will be there. GG, well played, SKillous. He will be there. He will be a part of it. Congratulations. And we'll see who will join him, bearing in mind 2 players qualify for the main event in this qualifier. We have SKillous as 1 player, and now we're here to determine the other. Here we go. As we do need a moment here. Let's catch up on the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. Ooh, we have SKillous. SKillous, he's the first player to qualify. Oh. And am I too late? Ooh, okay, we made it. Here we go. We're hopping over here to the lower brackets where we have 2 matches. We have, again, non-stop PvPs. We have MaNa versus Jumy and SOS versus Papi. Papi. Ay. So only Protoss remain. Only Protoss. So SKillous, he will qualify. We have MaNa versus Jumy. We have SOS versus Papi. And the winner of those matches face off against each other and then up against Cristiano. Cristiano, if you're a fan, he's still in the tournament. He's still in the qualifier. He still has a chance. But we'll get there. We'll get there as we have a plethora of PvPs ahead of us. This is a fresh best of 3, a fresh series. Let's jump in. Let us jump on in. Low brackets, semifinals. Okay. As we are setting up our players. I do apologize if the team names are a little bit incorrect. They will be ready. They'll be good to go for game number 2. But spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Papi. Aye, Papi. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. And again, we still have plenty more matches ahead of us, plenty more matches to come. Again, congratulations to SKillous for being the first player to qualify for the main event happening in Poland. Again, it's going to be an $8,000 tournament, $8,000 prize pool. So SKillous will be the first to make it through. We're here to determine the second player. Again, Cristiano, he has some downtime. Cristiano, he's waiting in the qualifying match for either one of 4 players. It's going to be Cristiano versus either SOS or Papi or MaNa and Jumy. So MaNa, Jumy, SOS, Papi, they're all fighting against each other to find out which one of them will play against Cristiano in the next round, or in the qualifying match. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Protoss versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. It is Gamba time. It's time to Gamba, Papi. Let's go. As the PvP is underway. And no proxies, by the way. We do see SOS going for the gate cyber expand. Greedy build here by SOS. Again, if you're watching SOS versus SKillous earlier today in this broadcast, then you would know that SOS went for this build every game, and every game SKillous punished. Every game SKillous went for a 1-base all-in, and he punished this build. Again, this is very greedy out of SOS, and if Papi also went for a 1-base all-in, he could punish this, but checking the vision here, Papi, he's aware, and he does have a probe on the map. He has to make a choice. Do we go for the reactive pylon? Do we react with a pylon? Or does he expand? Ah, the probe is caught. The probe is caught out. If the plan was to proxy SOS, he's on the hunt. Yeah, he's chasing down the probe. Bappy, does he expand? 2 more gates, 1 base all in. Okay, 1 base all in here out of Bappy. No proxy, so it's going to be a delayed all in. This is going to favor SOS. On the one hand, SOS, he's vulnerable to all-ins. That is true, 100%. Like, SOS is vulnerable, but this is a bit of a shaky execution. It's a little bit shaky from Bappy. It's delayed. The longer this goes on, the better it is for SOS. Like, Bappy's going to send it. And here it comes. Here comes the pylon for eventual reinforcements. Hallucination does confirm the pylon's position. SOS knows. And SOS, he is going to be opening up 3 gates. So 3 gates set up here. Into delayed robo. Going for the sentries. Shield batteries ready. Bappy moving in. Does move in. Doesn't quite. Oh god, nice force fields. It was 3, but does get a stalker. Was an expensive stalker. Costing 3 force fields, and here we go. Remember, we can warp in 4 stalkers at a time. It's a 1 base 4 gate all in, no blink. Takes down a sentry, gets 1, gets 2. 2 sentries, 2 stalkers. Going for the 3rd sentry, will not get it. Extra warp-ins are on the way. He's trying to break through. Trying. Shield batteries are out of energy. He's trying not to get caught out by the sentries, by the force fields. Force field does miss him. Barely. Maybe it does miss. Ooh, diving on forward. Gets a stalker. Gets 1. Gets 2. Boys are being pulled. They're a little bit late. Stalkers are being targeted down. And is it going to be enough? He's got 8 stalkers. There's 1 stalker left. Can he break through? 1 more Foley. Another stalker does warp in. Boys, they do surround. Oh, we're running out of stalkers, running out of steam. Add down to a handful of stalkers left. 4 stalkers remaining. More reinforcements have arrived. Gets us around. Takes down the sentry. Down to 5 stalkers. Down to 5. Getting back up to 6. Oh, gets surrounded. Brittle lost there for Bappy. Does get surrounded. More shield barriers are on the way. Again, it's still very close. He's getting locked down. And shield barriers down. Yeah, GG gets called. Bappy runs out of steam. And SOS, he will take game number 1. GG. Again, the longer the game went on, the worse it was. And Bappy was bleeding out so many stalkers there. So many stalkers did fall. And with that, Bappy taps out. He does tap out. As he did lose momentum, did lose too many. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into our next game. And we'll see if SOS can get away with the greed again. Or if Bappy can punish. Remember, we're expecting SOS to be greedy. We're expecting these more economic builds. We're expecting Gate, Cyber, Expand every game out of SOS. And Bappy was not. That's why it was a bit of a shaky, like, 1 base all in. That's why it was delayed. We'll see how he does set up. Yo, shout out to Este Paquito in the chat. Gah, Bappy, gah. Shout out to Paco Mike. Este Paquito. Buenos días. Good to see you. Como siempre. Good to see you. Este Paquito. So now getting into game numero 2. Meanwhile, we just got an update. We just got an update here in MaNa. MaNa takes down Jumy 2-0. So Jumy goes down. Jumy is out of the qualifier. And MaNa does advance on. And he is waiting for the winner of this series. So we have the gauntlet lined up. Again, the PvP gauntlet. Gauntlet is ready. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss player himself. The Polish Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this and force the ace match. It is Bappy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Here we go. As SOS is setting up his gateway on the high ground. Probe moves out. Again, we're expecting, I'm hoping that Pappy does go for the proxy pylon and does set up for a one base all in. But we'll see. See how he does open up. There we go, 2-gate opener. Meanwhile, yep, gates. Oh, actually, 2-gate opener out of SOS. Okay. SOS, he does mix it up. On a larger map like Maganatha, I'm caught by surprise. But Pappy confirms. Pappy does confirm, which means we can just get ready and get into a longer game. So we have mirrored builds, 2-gate opener from both SOS and Pappy. Pappy. Is he related to Paquito? Maybe. It's possible. So now they're setting up. So far, we have our second pylon in the main base for both players, so no proxies, no shenanigans. Both players are aware as well. They're aware of the pylons. We see Pappy on patrol, looking to delay the expansion. Does get the pylon down. We'll delay a little bit further. And Pappy can be the first to expand. Oh, there it is. Nexus is thrown down, slightly faster than the base of SOS. As you can see, SOS is banking up a lot. He's banking up to 500 minerals, 550, 560 even. So very, or I say very late by a couple of seconds. So an inefficient start here by SOS. A nice little opener here from Pappy. Not the biggest of deals, of course, but does force some inefficiencies. Does force a delay. Both players taking up into their Twilight Councils, both players working towards Blink. Hallucination moves out. Here we go. Just confirming. Gets eyes on the text, sees a Twilight Council, sees it researching as well. There is a chance that one of the players might try to rush into a Dark Shrine. So it's going to be on both SOS and Pappy to make sure that does not happen. To make sure there's no crazy Dark Shrine setup here. It does confirm that there's research on the Twilight Council as well. Everything so far looking mirrored. When it comes to our setup here, we do see that SOS does warp in a couple of adepts. 2 adepts, they can one-shot probes, so they will threaten the bases of Pappy. This nation does barely get a glimpse of the adepts. Once again, just checking behind the mineral line, making sure there's no hidden tech. Looking for a faster third, does find the adepts. Does find them. And will chase them down. And likewise on the adept does full. So far we're keeping up. Yeah, we're keeping it with each other. A big shout to Kanoya in the chat. God, thanks so much. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time casting. Hope you had a great time casting. Hope everything's okay on your end. Again, the match here is happening on the NA server. I know that the other matches are happening on Europe. So hope you had a great time covering the event and casting in French, of course. Kanoya recently covering and casting quite a lot in the French language. So thank you so much. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a good cast. Get some rest, baby. Get some rest. Meanwhile, SOS does blink into the main. Yeah, he blinks in. Does leave one stalker behind. It was a bit of an awkward blink. But that's going to be 5 probes going down. Nicely done. And so far hasn't lost any stalkers. Does go for the recall, and he will preserve every single stalker at the same time. Adepts a shade into the natural. 7, 8 probe kills, and this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. 9 workers going down. Ay ay ay. SOS just pulling Papi apart. Doesn't lose a single stalker. Loses 1 adept for 9 probes. Well worth it. Well worth for SOS. Behind this, claiming his own third base, working up towards Blink +1. Blink, sorry, Charge +1. Gateway explosion as well. That's a lot of gateways. Setting up his gates. And soon moving out. I'll give it, hold on. I'll give a shout out to Kanoya in the chat. /shout. Beautiful. He moves in. Does move in, does catch a couple of stalkers. That's not so many force shields turned down from both sides. But Papi does get a pylon, trying to push into the mineral line. SOS does have that massive economic lead, so it's on Papi to try to break through. Not quite able to. Gets 1 probe. 1 probe goes down. Papi does pull away. And that's what he's holding. He's holding his own. He's holding his defending. Again, he has been taking up. This is going to be a late charge out of Papi. Ay, ay, ay. There's going to be a big window in time here where one player has charge over his opponent. SOS is pushing out. Prism is on the way. That's the first sign here that he's going to commit. So we can reinforce across the map. SOS, yeah, he sees the army. He knows. He does have eyes on Papi. As he's within range of the Zelnaga tower. He's keeping up with the rotations. Zealot run by at the same time towards the expansions. Papi, can he force a cancel? It looks like he will. Ooh, yeah, there's a cancel. Force a recall. Yeah, Zelce did not get across the map. Oh, actually, yeah, they did not get across. Bases are safe. Nice pick off there from Papi. Denies the 4th. Or I should say delays. Delays the 4th base. But SOS does have the larger army. Getting us a massive zealot lead. He's got 17 zealots, 2 archons. Even stalker count, even immortal count. But without archons, these zealots, they can just overwhelm. And we do see Papi out of position. And Zealots peel off into the mineral line. SOS is here to catch out the main army. Probes are falling. Papi does not flinch. More Zealots rolling in. Papi forced to respond, and he's pushing up a ramp into SOS. Yeah, the trap has been set. And SOS is ready, just zoning away the main army. More Zealots popping up. The Immortal does survive. I do feel like SOS... Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say he isn't setting enough. He does commit. Charge as they move up the ramp. We have Archons waiting though. 1 Archon is targeted. Zealots take collapse on the main army. More Zealots gonna be filing in, and GG gets called. Yeah, Papi just caught out of position, and SOS, he will snowball out of control, taking the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations, SOS. He will claim the series. He will advance on. Again, Papi, he had some opportunities, especially game 1. Unfortunately, game 1, it was just a really awkward one-base all-in because he was forced to set up back at home and he had to delay proxy pylon across the map because he got scouted. So a bit of an awkward one-base all-in game 1. Here in game 2, we were able to embrace the mid-game at least a little bit more, but SOS, he was able to just wreak havoc with the Adept harass, with the Stalker harass as well. He had a much stronger kind of setup coming into the mid game because he was ahead economically, and that led into a larger army, right? So led into a larger army, led into the faster upgrade timing as well. GG. GG, well played with that. SOS, he was just all over Papi, and with that, we're getting into our next series. We're going to be following SOS to face, or into his next round, to face off against MaNa. Let's go. Let us go. As you can see here, we have, actually, I'll clean this up a little bit. Let's have a look. Interact. Bam. There we go. So as you can see here again, SKillous, who was the first player to qualify for the offline event, he's the first player through from the upper bracket, and Cristiano, he has a lot of downtime. Cristiano, he's been patiently waiting, and he still has some time to wait here, waiting for the winner of SOS and Papi, which just wrapped up. Now we see SOS go up against MaNa, then into Cristiano. So non-stop PvP gauntlet here. MaNa, of course, is just looked down Jumy to make it through as well. So all the PvPs. Here we go. As we are getting ready. We are setting up. Liquid. And Vitas are underway. Vitas are currently underway, so we're going to be going on a short break. Until then, enjoy the brutal OC. Papi, is that you? Oh no, you caught me. I'm a Zerg player, Papi. I'm a Zerg player. Oh no, it's fine. We're related, Cap. But yes, for now we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll have MaNa versus SOS. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Papi. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the low bracket semi-finals. We're almost through the qualifier here. There's 2 series left. This one, and of course one more after, as Cristiano is patiently waiting in the qualifying match for the winner of this very series. The qualifying match, of course, for the Fusion Esports League Kraków 2025. And sporting in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP best of 3. Best of luck. Best of luck here. And fun fact, we were looking up some stats earlier, if you recall, about SKillous and SOS, and we found out that SKillous and SOS, they'd never played before until this tournament, until this qualifier. They've just never crossed paths in their history, history in StarCraft, in their careers, just because SKillous, he kind of rose through the ranks later on, like after SOS had retired, so they never played against each other. MaNa, though, has been around the entire time. MaNa, he's been around since the start of the universe. He's been around. He is eternal, if you will. And I was almost certain that they had played before, and they had played once in their past, in their careers, in the Masters Cup. That was back in 2023. That was after SOS's retirement, after he had actually come back for a brief stint, and they're actually tied 1-1. Like, they have a 50% win rate against each other. Let's go. But now that if you're in the chat, of course, predictions, right? Predictions are open. Place your bets. Best of luck. Get your Gamba going. As MaNa sits up with the proxy pylon. Ooh, Stargate opener out of SOS. And it looks like SOS, he will scout. He will scout. He will confirm. He gets eyes on MaNa. Let's go. He does get eyes on the attempted proxy. MaNa, he commits anyway. He's crazy. Let's go. MaNa, he commits. He doubles down. Does commit to the proxy robo. And again, SOS is going Stargate before expand. You know what that means? That means Void Rays. That means he can make Void Rays defensively. Zealot has already arrived as well. This is, in a way, the Max Fax opener. Gate, Cybercore, Stargate into Nexus. And again, Void Rays can help shut down whatever comes out of these robos. I do favor SOS's position. The Zealot does force the Stalkers to keep up with the Zealot, does distract. Oracle first. This is a risky maneuver. It should be Oracle into Void Ray, and the role of the Oracle is to go across the map and to cripple MaNa. Is to cripple him, and checking MaNa's vision, he doesn't know. He doesn't know he has to get ready for an Oracle. This is a brutal position here. MaNa, he has no idea. He has no idea he needs a shield battery or at least some warp-ins back at home. And without any defenses, he will lose all his probes. If he loses the probes, then that's the end of the game. Like, that's a win condition here, and here comes the Oracle. And again, MaNa just never saw the Stargate. Like, he just doesn't know how greedy or how safe SOS is being. Now he knows. Yeah, now he sees, now he knows. Oracle's moving in. MaNa, he's aware. No warp gate. Yeah, no warp gate, no warp in. Oracle does go for the dive. Probes are going to be going down. At the same time, MaNa goes into the main. He's all in. He's completely all in. Void Ray has arrived. That's going to be 6 probe kills across the map. The Void Ray, oh my god, takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. The Void Ray is low, but the shield battery does keep it alive. And the Prism has to pull back. Back at home, MaNa does defend. The Oracle is still alive. The Oracle's still out there. As MaNa rotates. He rotates, runs into another shield battery. The shield batteries, they keep everything alive. The Immortal does move in. MaNa can focus him down. He can focus down the battery. Going for the main army instead. Void Ray taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Ah, but there's another shield battery. Another one on the high ground. And again, SOS, he's holding on. A third Void Ray's on the way. Oh. MaNa does attempt to move in. Oracle back into the main. Oh. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets 2 more probes. Void Rays activate prismatic alignment. Going for the Stalkers themselves. Nice control out of MaNa, but he's still bleeding out some Stalkers. Yeah, Stalkers are still going down. Brutal losses. That was what? That was 3 Stalkers falling. So a bit of miscontrol there from MaNa. He was late to pick up. And SOS holds. At this point, SOS he holds. He has 2 bases. He has a higher probe count. He has 3 Void Rays. I don't see how MaNa can break him. And MaNa, he turns around. From here, does he expand? Oh god, this is a brutal position for MaNa. Brutal position. Now the Oracle pokes in. The Oracle does not get eyes on the would-be natural. But MaNa expanding here basically admits that he cannot break his opponent. Okay, doesn't expand. Doesn't expand. He pulls back, warps in, pulls back around. Okay. So he's still all in. He's still all in. I mean, again, like I don't see an expansion working here. So the probe goes back. The probe goes back. It looks like maybe MaNa was thinking about it, but now he does, you know, he's now committing. He's here to commit, here to persevere. Does hit on the Oracle. Jesus, this is what, 6 shield batteries? 6 shield batteries to defend. That's a lot of batteries. And we have 4 Void Rays. There's prismatic alignments. Does focus on the Stalkers. And GG gets called. MaNa, he runs into a brick wall, and SOS takes game number 1. Whew, GG. SOS, he does claim the first game here. And again, I really love the build from SOS because, I'll be honest, it wasn't just in this tournament broadcast, but another reason why I was assuming, oh yeah, SOS is just going to go Gate, Cyber, Expand, which he did every game against SKillous, if you recall, is because SOS did it quite often, quite a lot, at Homestory Cup. We saw a lot of PvPs out of SOS in Homestory Cup, and very often he was cutting corners and being greedy and getting away with it, or at times being punished for it. Here, he's shown off so much PvP already this tournament, this qualifier, that he shakes it up and goes for a Stargate before expanding. So a much safer build this time. I wouldn't say a hard counter. What made it brutal was that MaNa didn't know. That was the only problem there, is that he just didn't know there was a Stargate, so he didn't know he had to defend back at home. For MaNa to be 1-base all in and to lose 6 probes across the map, I mean, that's just insane damage. Just because every worker matters that much more for MaNa, because he can't afford to lose them. And with that, here we go, we're getting into our next game, and potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for a back and forth, I'm hoping for an ace match, but the pressure is on. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. And again, SOS, he has been mixing up his builds here. He's been greedy at times. He's been safe at other times, which was the last build, of course. Going for a safe opener. And setting up before that all in. Also able to scout it, also able to delay it. This time, what do you have for us? As again, SOS has been mixing up his builds. So far, again, we have that 2-gate opener. SOS Gate Cyber Expand. Now, my apologies, I'm assuming Gate Cyber Expand, but remember, last game he went for a Stargate before Nexus. So, SOS, he's shown us that he's willing to play safe, or, never mind, greedy. He skips the Zealot, goes straight for the Nexus. This is insane greed out of SOS, and this is where a 1-base all-in would excel, and MaNa, he reads him beautifully. MaNa, he doesn't even scout, by the way, but he assumes, hey, you're known for being greedy. I know that you played safe last game, but I think that was a one-off, and I feel like you're going to be greedy here. So a good read here from MaNa. The mind games are real, and he reads SOS like a book. Cybercore is done. Show us the Robo. Show us the 1-base all-in, and this should be more successful than game 1. Assuming that's a Robo, assuming it's a 1-base all-in. Yeah, there it is. Now, I'm not saying that this will straight up kill SOS. There's a big advantage for MaNa, a big advantage here. Again, the big difference from game 1 and game 2 is that in game 1, SOS went for a Stargate before Nexus, which means that he couldn't make an Oracle, he couldn't make Void Rays defensively. Here, he has no tech. Like here, SOS is cutting even more corners, he's being even greedier. So MaNa, he's attempting the hard counter, and he finds the base, he finds the Nexus, goes into the main. And he should be feeling pretty good about this. MaNa should be feeling good about this position. He's got a 3rd gateway being thrown down with the proxy. SOS does confirm the proxy location. Adept does bypass the main army. Adept is moving out. MaNa's moving in. Here comes a Prism. Warp Gate is still being researched. We do see MaNa fully wall up to make sure the Adept does not get into the main. The Adept doesn't get in, but he will force a defensive warp in, but there are sentries to defend. And here comes MaNa. Going for the main. Sentries in position. And they do get a lot of hull damage here on the Prism. Prism going to be zoned away. One sentry goes down. He gets one. He gets one. Now going for the other. There is one shield battery. But he's going for the warp in. He's going for the kill. Very similar to what we saw at the skills. Oh, Prism goes down. Uh-oh. That's the only warp in. I was going for the pylon. The Artaurus' pylon. No, everything's going to get depowered. No more warp gates. No more gateways. No more nothing. No more production. Yeah, brutal Artaurus' pylon. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this, Pappy. Not like this. And MaNa, he should overwhelm. Now his reinforcements are delayed, but they're not coming in. Does force field, does lock him into his own main. The Immortal moves in. GG gets called, and MaNa ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Let's go, Pappy. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, MaNa, he was able to, I would say again, borderline hard counter SOS. We saw a very similar setup earlier between SKillous and SOS as well, where Skills was able to catch SOS with his pants down and just completely shut him down on Persephone as well. But now we're going for the ace match. We're going for the ace match here. And after what just happened, I can't imagine that SOS is going to go for another greedy build. No shot. He's probably going to calm things down, but a lot will be determined by the map itself. Where are we dropping? Where are we loading in? Yeah, let's go. As we are getting into the ace match. Hopefully I can join in time. That was scary. Whew, was a little bit scary. And here we go. Game 3 is going to be on MaNa. Interesting. The largest map in the map pool. A lot of proxy locations are available. And the last time we saw SOS on MaNa, we saw SOS go for something more standard. He went for a 2-gate opener. If you remember, it was against Pappy. It was like Pappy. He went for a 2-gate opener into a more standard build. We'll see if that happens here as well. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of MaNa, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. Tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match, it is MaNa. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Whew. Here we go. And we'll see if SOS goes for a standard opener here, if he goes up to 2 gates, or if he commits and once again tries to go for a greedy build. Show us what you got. Also there we go, 2-gate opener out of MaNa, 2-gate opener out of SOS. And again, there's a reason why we brought this up earlier is because we saw SOS do this very same opener against Pappy on MaNa. So 2-gate opener here, going for something more standard for the first time this series. And so is MaNa. I mean, he's been going 2-gate every game so far, but he will probe scouts and he will confirm the gateway setup. He will confirm. MaNa's on patrol. Second pylon is hidden here from MaNa, and SOS, he does not find it. SOS, he does not check behind the base. Oh god, he barely doesn't see the pylon, and that's why he's checking. Right now he's searching for the pylon. He believes that there's a proxy. We know that there isn't, but SOS, he fails to scout the pylon. He doesn't see what's going on. So this is forcing some inefficiencies here out of SOS, as he has one extra probe and not mining. So again, really nice positioning, really nice mind games here by MaNa. You can see he's still looking, by the way. SOS, he said there's 3 probes, one here on the right, one on the left, one out in the middle. SOS, he's desperately searching for the proxy. He's convinced. Sends out a stalker as well. He's like, where are you? Who are you? There's nothing. So again, really nice mind games here by MaNa. MaNa just expands. MaNa is just chilling, just expanding, settling up back at home. SOS, he's just incredibly paranoid. Ooh, does run into the Adept though. Nicely done. More stalkers back at home. MaNa came into the shade, but there are more stalkers here to keep up. MaNa has to pull away. He's where the high stalker counts. Now what's important here is that SOS, he can turn this opener into one base all in. Robo before Nexus. It's a defensive setup. He is so delayed. So basically what just happened here, the reason why you would go for a Robo first before expanding, this is a very safe build. This is a hard counter to a proxy. So if MaNa was going for a proxy and a one base all in, then SOS would be well defended here. He'd be well set up to defend. But instead, there's no all in, and now SOS, he's just behind. He just has a very late expansion. You can see the natural's already done for MaNa. Nice force fields. He locks him down. Gets a stalker. Does trade a stalker for an adept. Better trade for MaNa, and again, MaNa's already mining. He's already mining here on 2 bases. SOS halfway through his own natural. Now, something important here. On the one hand, MaNa is in a better position. True, he has better mining, he has a higher worker count. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on SOS. He does deny the scouts, and he will get a probe. Nicely done. Yeah, miscontrol there from MaNa. His probes were exposed. But SOS can turn this into a 2 base all in. We could see Immortal Production into a Twilight Council into Glaives into 2 base all in, which is not an uncommon build. Ooh, SOS does find the Observer. Oh. Does find the Observer. Will zone away. MaNa has not seen anything, by the way, or he saw the timing of the Nexus at least. He needs to move out. Needs to confirm. And again, SOS is down 7 probes. Down 7 workers here. Prism has arrived. And here comes the army. Again, SOS, he's rallying everything across the map. He's committed. SOS is committed. We'll see what he can get done. MaNa doesn't really have much to work with here. He has a couple of force fields. But that Immortal is huge. Oh, Sentry. Okay, so we have Phoenixes. Yeah, Stargate follow-up here into Phoenix production. The Phoenixes, they were just scouted. So big scout by SOS, and he backs off. Okay, he backs off. He does respect the Phoenixes. Does go for his own scouts. Where are we headed? MaNa does spot the army. Phoenixes, they turn back around, they're racing back home. I think in Phoenixes, they can help lift the Immortal, they can focus on the Prism. And SOS, I don't really see him breaking this position. Meanwhile, if you remember, I was speaking about a 2 base all-in with Glaives. Oh, okay, we cancelled. I don't know if you saw there, but MaNa, he had Glaives on the way. He just cancelled Glaives going into charge, going in towards a longer setup here. And now taking up into Archons, will soon take a 3rd. SOS is just posturing, he's not committing. And he delayed the Phoenix Harass. But there's nothing at home. Probes are going down. Does focus on gas mining workers as well. Nice pickups. Prism into the main. Likewise going for more probes. Gets 2 and pulls out. Overall, MaNa is still ahead. Like, MaNa still has the greater economy. We do see SOS with the slightly faster 3rd, but only slightly. SOS warping in. Warping in more more zealous. Charge is now done. Strong timing here for SOS. Again, +1 at bat to kick in as well, so he's going to be up in upgrades. Up when it comes to charge, up when it comes to +1. SOS, he might be able to break MaNa here and now. It's going to be close. Yeah, going for the massive warp in. MaNa forced to respond. Rotating into the main. SOS pushing in from behind. Yeah, MaNa's out of position. Prism goes down. Just a really awkward defense out of MaNa. He's locked in. Brutal force fields. Yeah, the Archons, they break through. They break through the force fields. Probes are going down. Yeah, again, just a really awkward engagement here from MaNa. Oh, the Archon falls as well. And with that SOS, he's overwhelming. Yeah, he's just overwhelming him here. Just pulling him apart, pulling him out of position. Catching on more zealots. Once again, the Immortals, they just cannot engage. And down goes the mineral line. 18 probe kills. 19, 20, 21. And that's just game-ending damage. That's just critical damage here. MaNa technically holds. There's still an Archon in the main. He's still in the main base. Ay, ay, ay. Again, just a really strong timing with +1 in charge. Just before MaNa was ready. And now SOS, he has a greater economy. Now he has a third base. He can make probes. He's transferring. SOS, he's running away with this. MaNa, he had such a good start to this game as well. Ay, ay, ay. He just was not set up. And SOS, he will claim this. Like, I don't see MaNa defending his third. Likewise, I don't see him defending his natural either. He's dropping with Immortals, which means they're not home to defend. SOS, he just claps in. Oof. Yeah, brutal catch, brutal surround. And GG gets called. MaNa, he just does not have enough at home, and SOS will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the qualifying match. GG. GG, well played again. SOS basically going for a 2-base all-in. Essentially a 2-base all-in. If you remember, he only saturated his third base after he had done the damage across the map, so it was more of an afterthought. I mean, he had the setup there to eventually get into the mid-game, but he was so dedicated there on 2 bases with the earlier +1, with the earlier charge, and with that Prism, he did distract MaNa. He just pulled him apart, dragged him out of position into the main base, and MaNa just was not ready for it. GG. GG, well played. With that, SOS does claim it, does take the series, and we have 1 match remaining here in tonight's broadcast. It is going to be the final qualifying match between SOS and Cristiano. Let's go. Let us go. We go. Ooh. Here we go. We are getting ready here for our next matchup, for our next series. We're getting ready here for that final best of 5. Ooh. Ay, ay, ay. It's been intense, baby. It's been intense. Oh my god. But yes, it's going to be a best of 5 here between SOS and Cristiano. You can have a look at the bracket here yourselves as we can switch our scenes over and catch up. Bam! Here we go. As you can see, SKillous, he already qualified quite some time ago through all those PvPs. SKillous able to make it through against Cristiano and against SOS as well. Took down SOS and Cristiano to make it through. Meanwhile, Cristiano has been patiently waiting. He's been watching the games, I'm sure, watching intensely to see what SOS has been up to. And we'll see what he's been cooking, what he has ready here. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. Best of 5 matchup. We go. Go. As Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. And we will soon be setting up here for that final best of 5. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here, and when we return, we'll have that final series, that final qualifying match. We'll see you soon in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we have returned here with the final series of the broadcast, the final series here, the final qualifying match of the Fusion Esports League Kraków 2025 main event, offline event, I should say. And we're here to determine the final player to make it through and to qualify to be a part of those offline finals of that offline tournament. And spawning in the bottom right corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As I'm sure, as we've seen a lot of SOS's PvP tonight, a lot of greedy builds, I should say, from our blue Protoss player. But Cristiano's been watching. I'm sure he's been watching intently as to what his opponent's been up to. He's been seeing these greedier builds, these more economic starts, and Cristiano, he's immediately across the map to scout. He's here, he's across 2 gate opener out of Cristiano. He confirms only 1 gateway. Greedy build here by SOS. And Cristiano, he can respond with a 1 base all in. And he should respond with a 1 base all in. Yeah, he's going to be pulling back, setting up here a proxy robo. Let's go. As SOS going for the gateway into Cybercore, does go Zealot first to try to focus on the pylon. We have the pylon here in the center. And Cristiano, he will commit. And again, it's on SOS to find the proxy. He's searching. He's searching, he's looking. Because we're going Zealot first, this might be Zealot first into a Stargate before Nexus. So SOS, he might be a little bit safer here. A little bit. We're waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is done. Show us that Stargate. Yeah, with the second gas geyser, it does look like a Stargate opener. Ooh, meanwhile, SOS does find it, does confirm. Zealot is making a beeline over. Robo is on the way. And show us that Stargate. There it is. Ooh, I assume Stargate. Robo, even safer setup here out of SOS. Adepts are on the way. Zealot has arrived. And Cristiano, he already throws down a second pylon just to be secure. Ooh, meanwhile, SOS is in the main. He does throw down the pylon in the main base. He can warp it adept straight into the main as well. And Cristiano, he is none the wiser. He does not scout. He's not aware. First pylon goes down. And Cristiano is trying to get on top of this. He will save the pylon. I may cost him an adept though. Ooh. Yeah, it does shade. 1 adept goes down. Second stalker has arrived. And it's going to be a tough hold here for Cristiano. It's going to be very tough. Ooh, does commit, does lose the adept. Pylon is done. Prism is on the way. Cristiano making his way towards the main. But again, we just see that SOS is staying on 1 base. It's a 1 base all in. 1 base play versus 1 base. But I have to lean towards SOS here. We'll see what Cristiano can get done. Okay, does slip it in the mineral line. Does head in. Gets 1. Just the 1 probe. He's keeping SOS busy. Keeping him pinned. Does nice some mining time. He's going to be pinned back. Cristiano, he sees the setup here. He sees all 3 gates. All 3 gateways and the robo. He knows it's 1 base versus 1 base. Here comes the warp in. Oh, God. The warp in is coming. Tildeps, they can one-shot probes. They can one-shot, and they will. And there's nothing here. Emperor's going to be going down. How much damage did he get? So 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 6. It is 5 workers go down. There we go, 6 probe kills. Oof, get 7. Yeah, 7 probe kills is brutal. And Cristiano is forced out of the main. Cristiano does fall behind. As Depp does walk back in. Can 2-shot probes, so should at least get 1 more. Just the 1. Could have been worse. But SOS does maintain the lead. SOS, he has the better economy. Likewise, he has the better defensive setup here on the high ground. Cristiano Dropping over the wall. Boys are being pulled on the prism. Oh my god. The prism survives. 4 HP. Oh god, it's not safe. It's not safe. The prism forces Siege a little bit further behind. Adept goes down. No! Get out of here. As Cristiano is up to 3 immortals. Yeah, that prism is still very low. Nice force fields looking down the sentries. Takes down both sentries as well. Cristiano, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. Oh no. Sure, he has 3 immortals, but I mean, so does SOS. SOS, he has 3 immortals. He has force fields himself. He has the greater setup, the greater army, and the greater economy. Now, I mean, I was gonna say that Cristiano, he has the opportunity to maybe try to drop into the mineral line, but that prism is so low. I mean, he has to take a chance. He has to. Oh no! Oh god. From Yuri pulls away. More adepts across the map into the mineral line. Bit of miscontrol into getting 3 probes. That could have been a lot worse as well. Thankfully, SOS, he wasn't too attentive with his harass. Now he's moving out. Cristiano, he does find the pylon. He's now aware. He'll catch it. He'll catch the pylon. So it's dropping into the main. There's limited anti-air here for Cristiano. He's got sentries, no stalkers. So more as they can drop in. And they can drop out. There's a Phoenix, true. So Stargate into Phoenix. Phoenix will shut this down. Nice lift, but does force a recall and will recall away. Yeah, it does recall in time. Nice save here by SOS. Recognizing just how little DPS the Mass Sentry had. Doesn't lose anything. And SOS expands. SOS, his base is almost done at this point. He's just getting further ahead. Oh. So we see Cristiano rotate, Prism goes down, so does one of the Immortals, and GG gets scored. GG gets scored, SOS will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played with that SOS. He does take a lead in the series, but again, it's a best of 5. Best of 5, we've got plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Let's go. As we are now getting into game numero 2. In chats, SOS is such a wild card, sometimes never know where he stands. I would say he does definitely have a pattern to him. Like, if you recall, one of the reasons why we assumed it was going to be a safer opener here is because on Tokamak, in the previous series against MaNa, we also saw a safe opener out of SOS as well. Same with on Maganatha. On Maganatha and on Tokamak, we've seen SOS go for safer builds, specifically on those 2 maps, just because I think they're larger maps as well. On smaller maps, that's where we've seen him be a little bit more greedy. At least so far here tonight, and throughout the course of Home Story Cup as well. So we'll see what map we load into next time. Where are we dropping here in game 2? Oh, that is going to be a hard one to call. Up next, we're going to be loading into Lost Fantasy. Oh. Lost Fantasy is coming up next. Here we go. Lost Fantasy, a map that we have not seen at all tonight. Again, Lost Fantasy is the most vetoed map in the map pool, but of course, it's a best of 5, so we have less vetoes. I'm curious as to what was vetoed then. If Lost Fantasy made it through, I'm thinking Torches, maybe Maganatha was vetoed. That would make sense in my mind as to why this would make it through instead. And we rarely get to see maps, period. Like, this is the first time we're seeing it in tonight's broadcast, and we rarely see a period in StarCraft, so yeah, we'll see how greedy our players are going to be. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is SOS. And spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have our red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Christiana. Curious. So there's definitely an RNG factor when it comes to spawn locations. We do know that SOS prefers to be greedy and prefers to be more economic. So I'm leaning towards SOS taking the opportunity here on Last Fantasy to go for a gate expand. We'll keep an eye on the gases. We'll keep an eye on the setup here. If he does go for a second gateway, our eyes are on SOS. I'm leaning towards economic build, but we'll see. From the side of Christiana, curious. For now, doesn't send a probe out. Yeah, I was gonna say we could even see both players go for economic builds. Second gas guys are for Cristiano. So Cristiano, he's not rushing into a Nexus. SOS, single gas. So we're leaning towards a more greedy build here from SOS. 2-gate opener out of Cristiano. I'm curious to see if Cristiano blindly goes for an all-in. We saw that MaNa did that on Persephone, which was a really good read against SOS, which did excel and did shut SOS down. Yeah, Cristiano, yeah, I do like this. If he goes for a proxy dead set in the center, it's a really good way to punish SOS. As we assumed, yeah, greedy builds. So Gate, Cyber, Expand, very greedy build here by SOS. Again, SOS is very fond of going for these greedy builds. We've seen him do nothing but this on Persephone, and this is actually looking really similar to MaNa versus SOS on Persephone, where MaNa, oh no! SOS, he scouts. He scouts, he confirms, he gets eyes on the pylon, he gets eyes on the proxy. I was gonna say, if you remember on Persephone, MaNa, he didn't even go for a probe scout. He blindly went for a one-base all-in, assuming that SOS would be opening up greedy, and he read SOS like a book. We're seeing that here from Cristiano as well, but the problem is that this time SOS scouts the all-in. He didn't do this against MaNa. So SOS, he can respond with a robo. We'll see how he does set up. SOS, he's going for his 3-gate response. Cristiano, he does scout.
More space for units. Great plan, boss.
My TB. There we go, does move out, does scout. Here he's rallying across. Does rally, does find his opponents. Again, we do have a 3-gate setup here. This is how we've seen SOS respond. And the Prisma's on the way. Now SOS, he already has the wherewithal to get a shield battery, so shield battery's ready in the main, it's ready here at the natural. Can Cristiano break through nonetheless? Can he focus on the sentries? Can he focus them down in time? Sentries, they pull away. Yeah, they are saved. They're preserved. Really good response here by SOS. Saves the sentries, zones away the prism, and remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for SOS. He has a base, he has a greater economy. He'll be outscaling Cristiano. And he's got his pylon across the map as well. Yeah, it does warp in. Cristiano is not aware. SOS pushing in towards the main. He can knock down that pylon. He can bust in. And Cristiano, how does he respond? He just warped in. And he's forced to recall. Forced to recall back home. And this is a big win for SOS. As we mentioned, he's just buying time. Like, every second counts. Just buying more time, getting extra shield batteries, extra warp-ins. Extra probes. SOS is pulling back. Oh god, he catches an Immortal. Immortal goes down. Ay. Not like this. And Cristiano is running out of steam. He's running out of steam a little bit here. Cristiano's being zoned away. It's being zoned back. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they do reappear across the map as well. SOS needs a little bit more time. Now, my big concern here is that SOS hasn't been teching. As you can see here, he has been backing up quite a bit. So he hasn't been teching up, whether it's a Robo or Twilight Council. He already caught one Immortal, though. Cristiano getting some damage here. Oof, as the Prism takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Stalkers, they're coming from behind, they're going for the Robo. And Cristiano, he commits. He's trying to commit in. SOS, he's got 1,000 minerals in the bank. Again, he could afford a fourth gateway. A fourth gateway would be amazing, just so he can afford more warp-ins. SOS, he supply blocked, so a messy setup here from SOS. Very messy. As SOS, he actually can't warp in. He cannot warp in. Not like this. This is giving Cristiano the opportunity, though. The Bay is done in the main. Again, there's still one base all in, going for the Disruptor. It's going to be one Hail Mary play here for Cristiano. If he can land the Nova on the sentries, on anything, really, then he can still make this work. Here we go. As we have more warp-ins. As Cristiano does push. Again, shows some Novas. Nova goes off. Does connect. Yeah, late pick up there from SOS. He's got one more Nova going for the sentries. Does get two. Nice connection here. Takes down two sentries. I think we're gaining value over time. At the same time, SOS, now he breaks out of the supply block. Able to warp in. Cristiano, he can still pull this off. If we can land an over here on the Stalkers, that'd be insane. At the same time, SOS does drop across the map. Headed for the mineral line. Cristiano, he doesn't really have much at home to defend. Just went for the warp in. There's a recall. Forced to recall back home. Well, never connects. Takes down the Stalker. Oh, jeez. Respect the air blockers. Respect them. Likewise moving in. Oh. Nova goes up. Novas have been solid. Again, SOS, he has no blink, for example. He has no defensive warp prism, so he can't pick up. He has limited micro. Sentries, sorry, I was gonna say sentries. Stargate is done. Phoenixes are on the way. Phoenixes are building up. That's gonna be the counter to the Disruptors. But Cristiano, he can still pull this off. He defended back at home. Going for the shield batteries. Ooh, brutal force fields. He locks down the Disruptors. Yeah, nice lift. He gets one, he gets two. Two Disruptors go down. One Disruptor left. Cristiano still has a larger army. Takes down the Natural, let's go. Takes down the base, slow and steady. Trying to turn away those Phoenixes, never goes off. Massive connection. Takes down three more Stalkers. But Cristiano's being forced back. Has a bit of concave. Prism's being targeted. Prism goes down, and SOSC breaks out. He does break out. Despite the surround, Cristiano, he may not have enough here. It's going to be close. Oh, nice lift. Nice lift from the Immortals. SOS being forced back. Nice target firing, getting another Immortal. Gets one, gets two. There's one left. There's one left. Barely will get it. Takes down the Immortal. And Cristiano, he barely has enough. He breaks on through, takes down the Immortals, takes down the Stalkers. There's two Stalkers left. Down to one. Ay, ay, ay. Again, very close, very clutch. SOS still long distance mining. Still has a better economy. And Cristiano, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam here. He has no robot production. He's also long also long distance mining. Like, that was it. Like, he was completely, he's been all in this entire time. Barely not enough. It was close. GG gets called. It was close, and SOS, he will take game number 2 and extend his lead in the series. GG, well played. Whew, ay, ay, ay. Yeah, GG, well played here. As we are getting into our next game, and again, despite how delayed the all-in was, despite how much time SOS had for himself, remember SOS, he was getting supply blocked, he had a low gateway count, he wasn't able to spend his money, he wasn't able to take up in time either, or take up fast enough, so it was a bit of a shaky setup there from SOS, and Cristiano, he almost overwhelmed, he almost punished SOS for that, but almost, not quite, it was still very close, still very clutch. We had some beautiful Novas out of Cristiano, but he couldn't reinforce, he couldn't make any more disruptors, he had no more robot production, of course, everything was depowered, and GG. SOS does take a 2-0 lead. Here we go. But yes, as is being stated in the chat, someone's asking about the server. All of SOS's matches have been on the NA server. It's just the most fair. Players, they've never felt the need to try to force EU or anything like that. So all of SOS's matches have been on the American server. On Americas. Just to be clear. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3. Getting into game 3. And the pressure is on Cristiano. The pressure is on. Again, I was misimpressed. I mean, things are looking quite bleak for Cristiano. Like, the game was not going well for him just because of the successful defensive setup that SOS had for so long. The counter aggression as well, getting probe kills across the map. Despite that, Cristiano, he made it close. Like, I was very impressed. Very impressed with how close Cristiano was able to make that game despite everything working against him. But wasn't quite enough. And now we're finding ourselves in game number 3 with Cristiano down 2-0, one more loss, and that's going to be the end of his run here in Qualifier 1. Now, as a reminder, there is a second qualifier, so there's going to be another chance here at redemption. There's going to be another chance to make it through. Likewise, the champion of the Polish Championship also will get a seed into the main event as well. So, Cristiano, there are other opportunities for sure, but ideally, you want to make it through here and now. Let's go. As our next game is going to be on Persephone. Here we go. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Polish Protoss player. The red Polish Protoss we have representing Offside Esports, down heavily in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Here we go, and again, it was a really good relance game. Like, Cristiano going for the proxy, I was quite fond of it. It made sense. SOS was blindly going for a greedy build, going for a gate cyber expand, and Cristiano was trying to hard counter, but he got scattered. Unfortunately, he got scattered, so it gave SOS time to react, to respond, to set up the proxy pylon across the map, to set up shield batteries in the main base. That was the crucial part. The initial prism timing of Cristiano ran into the main. There was already prism. There was a prism, there was sentries, there were warpins. Like, SOS was already ready in the main for that aggression. So it was a brutal setup, and this game, SOS, 2-gate. Okay, 2-gate opener out of SOS, 2-gate opener out of Cristiano. This time, Cristiano, he does not blindly try to set up a proxy. This time he scouts, and this time he sees that SOS is playing standard. for the first time this series. Oh, hello. For the first time this series. Meanwhile, SOS, he will hide his second pylon. Okay, cheeky build here by SOS. Again, SOS, I don't think he's proxied at all in today's broadcast. But he does go for the pylon, and again, it is a fake pylon designed to try to get into the head of Cristiano. The mind games are real. The mind games are real. And a third qualifier. Yes, there are other opportunities, whether it comes down to the Polish Championship, to the other global qualifiers, to the Polish qualifiers. There's also going to be invites for the main event as well. We'll go over it after the qualifier. We'll go over the Wikipedia page and go over the main event. I'm sure there are a lot of people tuning in that just see a tournament playing and they don't really know what's going on. But this is a qualifier for a big offline event happening in Poland, happening in Kraków, or Kraków. Happening in Krakow. It is going to be an $8,000 USD prize pool for the big offline event, and this is a qualifier for it. I will get into more detail after the series. For now, we can see Cristiano does go for his 2-gate cyber into Nexus. He does not overreact, he does not over-respond. He has yet to find the pylon, but he does. I mean, he saw the third pylon. True, saw the third pylon. Hallucination into the main base, so we'll get eyes on the Nexus. Yeah, he sees the base, is aware that everything is looking as it should be. SOS does set up a proxy pylon on the right hand side. This is designed to warp in reinforcements. We'll be making use of this. And Cristiano moves out right down the center. Oh, here we go. Nice force fields. Locks down. Oh, it does cost 3 force fields, but does get 1 stalker. It's an okay pick off here, as we do have to make sure that the opposite doesn't occur. He has to get the hell out of here. SOS chasing him down. He wants a force fields. Up. Oh my god, he gets 1. Yeah, he gets a sentry. So they do have a back and forth trade. 3 force fields for a stalker, 3 force fields for a sentry. Ooh, Cristiano, he will find the proxy pylon. Nice find. SOS still has the probe. The probe is still active. Pylon is going to go down. SOS is going to be opening up Robo, not a Twilight Council. Does go for the Robo. So here we go. Hallucination into the bases. And we are going to be opening up Prism. Okay, so a bit of an aggressive setup here from SOS. With that Prism, he can just send it across the map. He can reinforce. SOS already has a pretty hefty army. Cristiano back at home, opening up Blink. So faster Blink, faster Twilight Council out of Cristiano. Instead, faster Robo, faster Prism, faster Immortal production out of SOS. There we go, the Prism has arrived. Loads up the Adepts, does get spotted. Does get spotted. Cristiano is aware. He's already on patrol. He's ready. He also just saw the army outside of the natural, so he knows that he doesn't have to devote too much supply here to his own natural base. Yeah, he's setting up for the surround. Trying to catch out the Prism. Committing across the map instead. Claiming his third base. Dark Shrine. Ooh, Proxy Dark Shrine even. Okay. SOS does go for the Proxy. Going for the Dark Templar. Army gets spotted. Prism moves in. Thankfully, Cristiano does have some units in position. He can respond. Cannon will blink in. Going for the Prism itself. Does get some good hits in, but the Prism does survive. Oh, and that's going to be 4 or 5 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Did I say 5, 6, 7, 8? Not quite. But 7 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Get brutal damage. Cristiano now does fall behind economically, does thankfully have a faster third to make up for that, but he wants to take a lead, not catch up. As Cristiano is poking in. In. Ooh, catching up with the Immortals. I mean, that we have a sea of force fields. Does get one. I guess kind of worth it. That's a lot of force fields spent. Does get the Immortal. Dark Templar going to be warping in. And do we have any detection? The answer is yes. Observers on the way. Army somewhat in position. Cristiano does pull away, does pull back. And the Observer pops out just in time. Yeah, there we go. DT in the main, DT at the natural. Probes are going down. Oh, Cristiano out of position. Ah, this is brutal. Yeah, brutal damage here. DT's a one-shot probes. 7 probe kills and a Stalker. Oh, God. And despite having detection, you can see how awkward it is to defend. As DT's a pull Cristiano apart. Gonna try to lock him down. Oh, the whole position. Not quite. Not quite able to. And SOS breaks out. Remember, he was being contained, but he does break out. Now claims his own third. And now catching up in terms of upgrades. Blink, +1. Double forge for Cristiano. Cristiano heavily reliant on just mass blink Stalker. 24 Stalkers. That's a lot of Stalkers back. He has a lot of micro potential. True. The Immortals are exposed. The Immortals are out in the open. He wants at least one. He gets one. Just the one. Takes down one Immortal. He wants another. Once again, the Immortals are exposed. A bit of miscontrol here from SOS. Keeping them out in the open. Yeah, losing 2 Immortals almost for free. Almost. Was able to pick up a couple of Stalkers at least. Speaking of. Yeah, better punish. Good. It's Cristiano sharking around. This time the army's all together, right? Like this time, SOS brings it all together. Cristiano claiming a 4th. So it's SOS. Cristiano, he gets punished. Gets one more Immortal. This time it was not worth it. That was what, 3-4 Stalkers going down. SOS has been that much more efficient. Cristiano does pull away. He pokes in. He does at least force a cancel. Not bad. Doesn't either 4th. Here, pulls away. More DTs coming in. There's no cannon, but there's an observer. Observers are in position. We have an observer in the main, and we have an observer at the natural as well. Ooh, but SOS, he sneaks out across the map. Cristiano, he does miss the main army. They miss each other. SOS, he turns back around. Coming in for the surround. A Stalker's a will blink away. No, without losing so many Stalkers. That's what, 3, 4, 5. Oh, God. He gets caught out. Yeah, brutal loss for Cristiano, leading out just too many Stalkers. Again, these are expensive losses. And what concerns me here is that we don't really have too much of a follow-up. There's no charge. There's no charge for Cristiano. He's just stuck with pure Blink Stalker. There's no Zealot reinforcements, for example. No Archons, no Immortals. Once again, he's getting surrounded. Once again, this is not the best movement here from Cristiano. Yeah, Zealots they collapsed in. He's just going for it. He's just sending it. Oh god, oh god, oh no. Stalkers, they're not going to make it out of this. So many of them already go down. He can maybe recall. Does have control of the ramp. SOS, he just moves out. Yeah, he just moves out. Cristiano, he plummets in supply. GG gets called at SOS. He will claim the series 3-0, and he will qualify for the main event for the Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025 offline tournament. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations to SOS as they'll claim the series. They'll take the 3-0. Very intense back and forth. A lot of mind games, a lot of proxies, a lot of cheese, a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins. And again, Cristiano, he just was unable to break SOS. I do feel like, I mean, we saw some players take advantage of him, like MaNa, like SKillous as well, advantage of SOS, I mean, but it does feel like SOS, he kind of was able to refine himself and able to warm up and able to lock in throughout the course of the broadcast. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to SOS. Very well done. Very well played. GG, well played. And there were some people asking about the event itself. First things first, if you tune into this week's podcast, we did go over it. Alas, there was also an interview. Geralt, he was interviewed by the SE historian at DreamHack Dallas, and he also did illuminate and shed some light on the event as well, talking about how long he's been planning to, running it, or I should say, planning on the event itself, and how long it's been in the works, and how he, alongside his best friend, they did organize it, and there's lots to get into. Again, so I do recommend checking out the podcast. We did have a lengthy discussion going over the interview and going over the event itself. But here we go. Let us quickly, briefly, go over the Wikipedia page. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. So here we can see the initial brackets, but let's catch up on... There we go. The main event. Again, it's going to be an $8,000 prize pool. It's going to be a big offline event happening in Krakow. This is going to be after EWC. Bear that in mind. The event is after the Esports World Cup. I say that it's a couple of days after the Esports World Cup. So traveling from EWC to Krakow, it's going to be very close. It's going to be very tight. It's going to be very clutch, I should emphasize. But scrolling down, you can see the setup here. It's going to be 4 global invites. So 4 players invited from the global region, the global scene. I'm sure a lot of these invites will be actually determined by who played in the qualifiers themselves. I would assume that to be the case, where if you see a bunch of players, playing through the qualifiers, not quite making it through, you want to, assist them, you want to promote them, you want to reward them, I should say, for, competing in the qualifiers, instead of giving it to another player that maybe had no interest in playing in the qualifiers themselves. So again, the invites are going to be determined after the qualifiers conclude. So it's going to be qualifiers first, then invites based off of who didn't make it through the qualifiers and who want to extend the invites to, and again, who want to benefit with that. So it's going to be 4 global invites and 2 Polish invites. We did have the open qualifier. Here we have 5 players making it through the open qualifiers. We have SKillous and SOS. We have 2 players, SKillous and SOS. They make it through the open qualifiers. Meanwhile, we have 3 spots remaining. That's going to be up here in qualifier 2 and qualifier 3. So 2 more in qualifier 2 and 1 more in qualifier 3. So again, 5 in total. And then we have 1 player making it through from the Krakow, from the Krakow 2025 Polish Championship. This is a separate event. This is a Polish-only tournament. If you were here last night, we actually covered the qualifier for this event. There are already invites, there are qualifiers for this event, and again, we are going to be the official English casters for that tournament as well. We're going to be casting everything, of course, all things FEL, all things Fusion Esports League. So again, 4 invites from the global side, 2 invites from the Polish side. Likewise, we have 4 players from the Open Qualifier and 1 player from the Polish Championship. Basically, the best player in Poland is going to be crowned and then invited to the Fusion Esports League. Let's go. When it comes to this event, that's where players like Geralt, Cristiano, Art, MaNa, Laser, Papi, Papi, Trifax, and Spirit are all facing off in that Polish qualifier. Sorry, in that Polish championship. And that leads into the main event. Well, it's that big bracket. But that leads into the main event, of course, with 8,000 USD on the line. We have no confirmation as to the prize pool distribution, but I'm sure there is going to be a nice even distribution amongst the player base, of course. So look forward to that. And again, we most likely will be getting the invites announced after the qualifiers, after we find out who makes it through the qualifiers and who tries to even compete and who tries to play inside qualifiers as well. Just as a heads up. Likewise, as we briefly mentioned, Geralt, the Polish Protoss player, he is one of the organizers of this event. Again, I do recommend checking out the interview with the SC historian, where he actually went into detail as to a little bit more into detail as to what it was like organizing and trying to run the event, what the plan is. I should also emphasize this is not only a StarCraft 2 tournament. This is more of like this is kind of like almost like a convention, or I say convention. It's going to be an event with multiple esports. So it's going to be, if I remember correctly, StarCraft 2, Tekken, Street Fighter, and FIFA. That's it, and FIFA. So it's going to be 4 games. There's going to be 4 different esports titles at the Fusion Esports League in Krakow. So there's going to be multiple titles, multiple games, multiple tournaments running, of course, throughout the course of the event. StarCraft is going to be one of many, and there are ambitious plans about making this an annual event. So depending on how this goes, they've already gotten a bunch of sponsors, they've already gotten a bunch of support. Of course, StarCraft is still a very, very big and very popular esport in Poland. I Am Katowice played a big part of that, because there was always consistently a big event and always a lot of traction, always a lot of eyes and audience in the Polish scene. There has been a lot of Polish offline events as well. So it was great to see them gain traction and continue to support StarCraft. And again, the goal is to make this an annual tournament every single year to host a Fusion Esports League event in Krakow. As a plan, there are more ambitious goals to turn this, or to actually be able to host an international tournament elsewhere, I should say, to be able to host an event outside of Poland, somewhere else in Europe, or maybe somewhere else in the world. But that'll be after a couple of years, after they are able to establish themselves in Poland first. That is the goal, that is the plan. Again, ambitious goals is what I will say, but they put in a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of effort into organizing, into running it, and making the first one what it is here and now. So wish Geralt and those working behind the scenes the best of luck. Wish them the best of luck. Ooh. Yeah, again, with that, we still have more qualifiers to come. Again, Qualifier 2, Qualifier 3, and of course the main Polish Championship as well. And again, we are going to be casting all of it here on the CranKy Ducklings. As always, is always going to be casting all the StarCraft. Speaking of, when it comes to our next upcoming schedule here, our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. We're going to be casting Qualifier number 2. Yeah, if you're curious, when is the second qualifier? In less than 24 hours. In less than 24 hours. Now, unfortunately, actually, I can probably show you here and now. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it here in the schedule. As you can see here, we just wrapped up with the Sunday morning cast, and now Sunday evening is going to be at 9 p.m. KST. That is the next Fusion Esports League qualifier. You might look at this schedule, might be thinking, hold up, isn't Sparkling Tuna Cup usually on Sundays? The answer is yes, usually it is. But because of the Fusion Esports League qualifier, we did decide to reschedule as to not clash. Otherwise, they would be clashing. And we historically have done this whenever there's an EWC qualifier, or IM qualifier, or DreamHack qualifier, or Fusion Esports League qualifier. If there's ever like a qualifier, especially an open qualifier, we don't want to make players have to pick and choose to play in our tournament or a qualifier like this. Like, we don't want to detract or take away from these qualifiers. So we are going to be rescheduling the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and STC this week is not going to be on Sunday, it's going to be on Tuesday. We're going to be moving it over to Tuesday instead. So it's going to be a bit of a different time. Because of that, the signups might be a little bit lower, because players aren't used to playing in our tournaments on Tuesday. So that is going to be probably a bit of a blow to the turnout for our tournaments, but we did want to host it, especially because we didn't get to organize Tuna Cup last week because of Home Story Cup. Right, we were casting Home Story Cup, so we weren't able to run it last week, and we don't want to miss it too often, especially because, of course, we have our Patreon to think of, and our patrons that, of course, won our tournaments. So we are going to be rescheduling to Tuesday. Again, there's just so much StarCraft going on; it's all jam-packed. We will accommodate as best we can. We will accommodate. So yes, so Tuna Cup this week is going to be on Tuesday. On Sunday night, we have another Fusion Esports League qualifier. Monday, we have WardyTV Monday. Tuesday, we have the KSL we have the KSL replay cast. We weren't able to cover KSL this weekend, so KSL is going to be on Tuesday as well. We have Pegasus Cup, the Podcast, we have StarCraft Evolution League Masters, and more content on the horizon. So thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And again, we'll see you guys tomorrow for the next Fusion Esports League qualifier. Again, we cast StarCraft here on a daily basis, as you can see. I do apologize for not casting on Wednesday. Fun fact, for those who don't know, we've been casting StarCraft daily for 5 years at this point. We cast so much content, so much StarCraft. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. But we had our second day off this year. Fun fact, we've had 2 days off so far. This Wednesday, you can see on the schedule, we had the Wednesday off, and we had 1 day off in March. Those are the only 2 days we've had off this year in 2025. I do apologize. Some personal issues came up, some personal things in my personal life. So I wasn't able to cast on Wednesday. Because of that, this week we missed out on the Wardy TV Monday, which was Tuesday night, and we missed out on Pegasus Cup, which was Wednesday morning. So I do apologize. We did miss out on 2 casts as a result, and we had to reschedule the podcast as well, which is usually on Wednesday to Thursday. So we had to restructure some things, and we missed out on 2 casts. So I do apologize, but we'll make up for it. We'll make up for it. Aye. 2 days off in 2025. How dare we? How dare we? Otherwise, expect us to be live every day here. Every day, as always, on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow here for some Fusion Esports League. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Also, if you want to support us, you can do so via socials, !socials. If you see something that you want to watch live here, for example, we were the B stream for Home Story Cup. We were one of the side streams for DreamHack Dallas. For EWC qualifiers, we casted everything. We were the only casters to cover every single region in the EWC qualifiers as well, because we're casting every day. So if you missed out on some content, if you missed it live, if you want to watch the VOD, check us out over on YouTube. Check us out on YouTube, as we do have plenty of VOD content over on YouTube. All the VODs are there on a daily basis. Plenty of VOD content. Otherwise, you can support us on Patreon. Again, I kind of briefly mentioned it earlier, but our Patreon, bam, as you can see here, is designed to fund our tournaments. Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. We don't get any of it. It all goes towards the prize pool of these events. And our next goal, actually, we currently earn 456 USD a month, as you can see. The goal just underneath the schedule out of 500, and the goal after that is to finally start paying out the admins and the casters. We're almost there. So thank you so much for all the support that we have on Patreon. Again, that all goes towards growing events like Tuna Cup, SDO, and MSL as well. All our tournaments, all funded by Patreon. So thank you so much. Otherwise, with that, we're going to be heading off. We're going to be heading off for the time being, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCrafts, or at another point in the week. Thanks for watching. Until next time, ciao. It's 6 a.m. in the morning. 6:30. We'll see you next time. Ciao, baby. Ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.